Okay, it's 1:30. Are we ready? I'll call this committee of the whole to order. There have been some addendums to the agenda. Mr. Shelton, if you'd like to speak to those, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have an addendum. It consists of a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. Stephen Fung of the Region of York, re the Water and Wastewater Master Plan update, and it's related to item 1 of the main agenda. In addition, item 19 is new, and there are a number of deputations in the presentation by the proponent related to the Main Street Clock Inc. development proposal on Main Street and Park Avenue. Just a couple of points, if I could. Deputations for this evening's meeting will be heard in the order of the persons having registered in advance, then in the order of persons registered prior to, then persons registered during the meeting. So a second addendum agenda will be published by 4 o'clock today. Anyone wishing to speak after the second addendum agenda is published will be added to a queue list compiled at the 7 p.m. meeting this evening. And the other note for any residents that are watching the live streaming and those present, the evening's meeting will be streamed on the town's website, and the meeting will also be streamed in overflow rooms within the municipal offices. And in addition to that, there is a 38-passenger YRT bus that is available to shuttle residents between the community centre at 200 Doug Duncan Drive and the municipal offices. The bus will leave the community centre at 6:15 p.m. and we're asking any residents that intend to use the bus to arrive at 6 p.m. to ensure a seat. Are there any questions on that information and also the addendum?
Regional Councillor?
Just thought I'd mention, just to elaborate, I think it's worth pointing out that the bus isn't just there for people who perhaps live in that area. It's also because parking here is limited, and so I think maybe letting people know that there's limited parking, and that's one of the reasons it's available.
Yes, that is exactly the case. We do have a fair amount of parking here. We also have parking on the Kane Parkway, but just in case, we're not sure the numbers that will attend the public meeting this evening, just in case there are parking facilities in the downtown area, and people can park there and take the bus to this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion then to add the additional items to the agenda? Councillor Begg, Councillor Kerwin, all those in favour? That is carried. Having determined the agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, there being none, we'll start with our first presentation then. Mr. Stephen Fung, Director of Infrastructure Asset Management for the Regional Municipality of York, and the discussion and the presentation will be with respect to the Regional Master Plan, and we also have Mark Ortiz presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mark Ortiz. I am a manager with Infrastructure Asset Management and Planning with Environmental Services in York Region. I am joined here with Mr. Stephen Fung, Director of Infrastructure Asset Management. He has to leave promptly at 2 o'clock today, so he's asked me to take over the presentation. So I'll be providing a brief overview of the 2016 Water and Wastewater Master Plan and some key findings, and we'll be happy to take some questions at the end if you have any. Should be a pretty quick presentation. So we'd like to think of the Water and Wastewater Master Plan as a living document. That's why we actually call it an update to the master plan. It's really a continuous process which builds upon previous master plans, environmental assessments, studies, as well as updated regulations from the province. The most recent master plan was completed in 2009. Several EAs have influenced the master plan, including the previously completed York-Durham Sewer System Environmental Assessment, and more recently and notably the Upper York Sewer System EA, which is currently under review with the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change. The Upper York Sewage Solutions EA laid out what is ultimately the wastewater servicing strategy, which comprises this master plan. It identifies the construction of a new water reclamation facility to serve East Gwillimbury and parts of Newmarket. Other influences include the limitation on intrabasin transfer, which was a condition of the Southeast Collector EA, and the Lake Simcoe phosphorus reduction strategy, which is a provincial regulation that limits the construction of new wastewater treatment facilities. The master plan incorporates the results of all of this work and builds upon it, and just like the master plan builds upon prior work, it will also lay the foundation for future master plans and future work. The master plan is updated every 5 years. This master plan goes until 2041, so there will be a number of years and a number of master plans before the end term of this master plan. Opportunities to revise and monitor the progress of the master plan. There's been a fair bit of work undergoing with the master plan. It started in 2014. We issued the notice of commencement in the third quarter and held the first of 3 rounds of public consultations in the fourth quarter. That's where we identified a problem statement and received preliminary feedback from the public. In March of 2015, we updated council on progress and goals and had the second round of public consultations in Q3, where we identified possible solutions to meet the water and wastewater servicing needs. Earlier in January of this year, we hosted the final public consultation where we highlighted the recommended water and wastewater servicing strategy. We also updated local councils, as we are today, as well as regional council. Throughout this time, we've also had numerous meetings with various stakeholders, including local staff, agencies, such as the TRCA, the LSRCA, the MOECC, and First Nations. We plan on going to council with a further update in June of this year, in next month. As I mentioned, we've made a significant effort into public engagement and stakeholder engagement. We've had a total of three public open houses beginning in November of 2014, in June 2015, and January earlier this year in 2016. We use both social media and traditional media sources, including the website, www.york.ca/waterplan. And we have received feedback from all the stakeholders, again, local municipalities, staff, LSRCA, TRCA, MOECC, First Nations, and the developer group Build Ontario. Some of the things we heard back from the public include that they want us to maintain the existing level of service that we have. They don't want future growth to impact current service level. They want to make sure that we are keeping costs down with our current operation and how we accommodate future growth. And they want to make sure that we protect both the quality and quantity of water. Part of the public input that we've received was we asked what was important to the public, and we heard that both technical and environmental factors were most important. And we used this to develop the weighting for our evaluation process for the strategy evaluation. So we used these weightings to apply to the evaluation, and we came up with the recommended servicing strategy for wastewater and water service. So to take a small step back to 2009, what you see here are the water and wastewater servicing strategies that was proposed in the 2009 master plan. And I'll make a note of a couple things. On the left, you see the water servicing strategy, where water from Lake Ontario is being used to service the town of East Gwillimbury. And on the right, you can see that wastewater is being taken from East Gwillimbury south to the YDSS to be treated at the Duffin Creek Treatment Plant in Lake Ontario. So a few things have changed since 2009. As I mentioned, the completion of the Upper York Sewage Solutions was submitted. The IEA was submitted to the MOECC. It is currently under review, and we hope to hear back later this summer. The Upper York included the WRC, the Water Reclamation Center, as part of the preferred wastewater servicing strategy. This will discharge treated effluent back into Lake Simcoe. Secondly, we've noticed that water consumption has dropped significantly since 2009. It's dropped 20% in a trend that's been going on for the better part of a decade now or more. This is due to shifting water habits as well as better public awareness and water conservation efforts and initiatives from the region. This has impacted the timing of infrastructure. It's allowed us to successfully defer the timing and investment in capital infrastructure in something that we call infra-stretching. And third, as part of the Southeast Collector conditions of approval, the region is committed to minimizing intrabasin transfer to 105 million liters a day. This condition, in conjunction with the new WRC, has really influenced the direction of the current 2016 master plan. So what you see here is the water savings that we've actually seen since 2009. The upper band is what was predicted back in 2009, the overall average day demand, the consumption. It's been updated for this master plan to account for water conservation. And you can see the shaded area in blue is really the amount of water that's been saved due to various conservation initiatives and reduced consumption. So this again really allows us to delay some infrastructure and really get the most out of the existing infrastructure that we currently have in the ground. Should also note the lower band is actually what we call a 95% confidence interval. So there's a good likelihood that in reality we'll see the real demand even lower than what we're predicting here. So jumping to 2016 now, you'll notice a few differences from the 2009 master plan. On the left with East Gwillimbury, you see East Gwillimbury being supplied by both Lake Ontario and Lake Simcoe. This is a long-term project that will probably be completed closer to the end of 2041, the connection between Lake Simcoe and Lake Ontario. Part of that water would eventually be provided to the town of East Gwillimbury, the north part of East Newmarket, as well as all of East Gwillimbury. You can also see on the right the WRC, the new Water Reclamation Center in East Gwillimbury, which will take wastewater from East Gwillimbury and parts of Newmarket. Connection to the YDSS, the Duffin Creek, still exists and will treat most of Newmarket's wastewater as well as all of the town of Aurora. A few benefits from using Lake Simcoe as source water. Number one, again, we're using less intrabasin transfer, so less water from Lake Ontario is being discharged into Lake Simcoe watershed. So we're taking water from Lake Ontario and discharging it back into taking water from Lake Simcoe and discharging back into Lake Simcoe. Also, shorter water age. You can imagine taking water from Lake Ontario to taps in East Gwillimbury and even northern parts of Newmarket would be a lot longer than the distance from taking water from Lake Simcoe to East Gwillimbury. That will also result in less pumping, so fewer greenhouse gas emissions and higher energy efficiency. We also have a diversity of supply, so in the event of a supply disruption to either Lake Simcoe or Lake Ontario supplies, we have an additional source of water, and we're really mitigating some of our risk with our water supplies. Associated with that, we also have additional operational flexibility for maintenance purposes. If we do need to do maintenance on our water system, we have additional flexibility and additional water supply sources. So this figure shows the intrabasin water transfer. One thing to point out again, the Lake Ontario surface water in the bottom, it's increasing the amount of water that we're taking over the watershed to divide into the Lake Simcoe watershed from 2016 to 2041. It's increasing from 48 to 80 MLD. We have a limit of 105, so we want to try and stay as far away from that as possible. And that's where, again, the WRC and the Lake Simcoe servicing strategy would help mitigate the long-term intrabasin transfer limit.
I need to stop you for a minute. I've got you at
Absolutely.
over 10 minutes, and our presentations are usually for 10 minutes, so I'll have a motion for an additional 5. Councillor Twinney, Councillor Kerwin, all those in favour? That is carried. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. I won't be much longer. So as part of the WRC, water reuse forms a key part of that strategy. we're going to be working collaboratively with the province to explore water reuse, a pilot using reclaimed water from a regional wastewater facility. Reclaimed water is a key component of the WRC. In the long term, we see two streams of the water, a nutrient-rich source being used for potential non-food related agricultural purposes, as well as a clean water stream on the tail end of the proposed reverse osmosis plant. Long-term potentials would be purple pipe type systems for use in anything from hydrants to other non-potable sources. We're going to be working closely with the province on this, as no reuse guidelines currently exist, and we'll have to work on a regulatory framework with the province. Long-term trend in water, as you can imagine, despite conservation efforts, long-term demand is increasing in Newmarket as well as the rest of the region, and Newmarket consists of approximately 6% of the region's total. In the end, we have, again, in 2041, we have total supply, which does exceed, it adequately meets our demand in Newmarket, both in Lake Ontario, Lake Simcoe, and groundwater. And finally, the overall master plan project cost list is approximately $3.1 billion. This is $1.3 billion is included in the 2016 10-year plan, and approximately 74% is wastewater projects, and 26% are related to water supply projects. And with that, thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions, clarification? Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much. I've seen some versions of this in the past and even recently, but the one question I'm still hoping to, waiting to get more information back. You don't have it now, but just want to remind you, I'm looking to see what the percentage breakdown of water is today from the aquifer and from Lake Ontario, and in 2041, what the percentage is projected to be from Lake Ontario, the aquifer, and Lake Simcoe. If you have that now, great. If not,
Currently, the current supply breakdown is approximately 60 to 70% from Lake Ontario for Newmarket, and the balance would be from groundwater sources. In 2041, I don't have that number on me, but we can't get that for you. I'm not sure if Stephen would have that answer.
do you know what? Since you have it, do you know what Aurora is by any chance?
Currently, by estimate, the percentage of groundwater in Newmarket is around 60 to 70%.
16 to 17?
60 to 70%. And for Aurora, it'd be higher in lake-based water. I would say about 40 to 50% is lake-based water.
Lake-based, 40 to
Yeah,
50 in
for
Aurora.
Aurora.
And Newmarket again is what? Sorry, lake-based?
Newmarket for the groundwater base is about 60 to 70%
Groundwater or lake?
groundwater.
And that's 16%?
No, 60 to 70.
6-0.
Oh, okay. Okay. 40, 50 lake-based in Aurora, and we're 60 to 70% aquifer. It's a very different number than I got last time I asked. So that's if we and is that about as close to the estimate as we can get? Is it a range of 60 to 70?
Yeah, because we don't have a mechanism to measure one molecule of water that is being transferred from Aurora to Newmarket.
Right.
Whereas the lake base, whether it is groundwater base, we just look at the entire system and provide a very high level estimate.
It's because the way it gets mixed in Aurora and then comes through to us, you can't measure that.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
Yes. Just a question. With the groundwater, that's your aquifer. People refer to aquifer rather than groundwater. And surface water is from the lakes, Lake Simcoe, Lake Ontario, correct?
Yes.
With the groundwater, it has a high iron content, and that's why we're doing a lot of swabbing right now to get that iron out of there. So you're telling me then by 2041 still Newmarket will be dependent on that groundwater by about 70%. Is that correct?
I had to correct myself. The 7% is the current percentage
Yes.
for Newmarket. As the year go by, there will be more and more supply from the lake base. Given the fact that the water demand in Newmarket will growing by about 5% from now to 2041, I would think that the incremental 5% will come from the lake-based water.
So basically, then you're telling me that the amount of groundwater we use will decrease by the year 2041.
The percentage will decrease.
Percentage will decrease and will be dependent upon what they call surface water, which is either from Lake Simcoe or from Lake Ontario.
Mostly from Lake Ontario.
Okay, so we will then have to continue to do the swabbing to get that iron ore out of our water lines up here on a regular basis then, is that correct?
There is an undertaking that we're currently doing some studies to look at doing iron removal.
Okay.
That we're part of a bigger study to look at across the regions, doing not just iron sequestration, but also doing more iron removal, that remove the iron from the water.
You see with conservation, that created also a concern for Newmarket because we oversized the water pipes when we put them in. We were dependent on growth and, of course, the continued use the way water used to be used. So that's why residents are aware of the fact that we continue to do the swabbing, and they do a great job on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a question on slide number 8. Seems to be a dramatic fall off in 2011. Is that attributed to anything? A very significant fall off in water consumption?
I believe we had, that was probably a weather-related issue. That would have been a fairly wet season, so the consumption would have been very little in that year. That's something that we're monitoring closely as far as whether or not that's a short-term trend or a long-term trend with the water consumption.
Okay, thank you. So with the kind of funding that we need for that infrastructure and the length of time that you have to implement, you've got quite a few challenges ahead of you. We've seen, the regional council and I have seen some of these presentations earlier at the regional council level, and we'll be coming back on in June, I think it is.
Yes.
So it's a growing region, and the infrastructure is going to be a real challenge for us. So I appreciate you taking the time and bringing us up to date on what's happening, and we'll be circulating the regional reports as well for any member of council who wishes to see them as well. So thank you very much for bringing this forward to us. Could I have a motion to receive this presentation, please? Councillor Kerwin, Councillor Vague, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is Mr. Paul Ferguson, President of Newmarket Tay Power, and his presentation is with respect to Customer First shareholdings. And I believe this is our second presentation on the concept. Okay, we've got you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for having me back. Always a pleasure to be here. I had spoken previously with council about an initiative that we're involved in called Customer First, which is a collaboration of a number of utilities. And a lot of these slides are repeated from the last time I was here, so I don't intend to spend a lot of time on going over the ones that were previously discussed. But just as a reminder, our partners are Greater Sudbury Hydro, North Bay Hydro, Northern Ontario Wires, which is Cochrane, PUC Distribution, and Sault Ste. Marie and St. Thomas Energy. So a very close-knit group geographically. Our intent was to provide services under contract to those shareholder utilities, and where the opportunity presents itself to non-shareholder LDCs. I will mention right now, in terms of our conservation and demand management activities, we have one non-shareholding LDC that has entered into a services agreement with Customer First for conservation, and that is Espanola Hydro. And as noted, initially our focus is on conservation plans where the costs are expected to be 100% funded through the independent electricity system operator. For other services, which we have not started looking at as of yet, there'd be an estimated budget and business plan for each one, and then a written service contract established with each of the member LDCs. So there are other opportunities that I mentioned the last time I was here, but our primary one still is conservation and demand management. As I noted last time, the way we were administering our conservation programs was to contract with a third party and have program delivery through them. And that third party would, of course, get paid fairly for their services. In this case, we're looking at Customer First offering a lot of those services and get paid fairly for it. In terms of the strategy, it is a joint filing, so the collective utilities have filed one plan. The total budget is about $38.8 million. That contains about almost $13 million in incentives to residential customers and about $15.7 million in incentives to commercial and industrial customers, with a total administration budget of just over $10 million. And the intent of Customer First is to seek additional funding for conservation from other sources. As I noted, there are two classes of shares. So there's a Class A share, one per participant, and that's a voting share. And then the Class B are non-voting, and they are split proportional to the member size. So we did the two shares to ensure profits generated are split on a fair basis. So each class of shares is eligible for dividends with the amount established annually by the board of CFI. So there's the shareholdings. Each utility qualifies for one Class A share, and the Class B shares are divided by the customer base. So the Class A shares, there's profit generated through services provided to non-CFI utilities. So those profits are equally allocated to the members. In terms of the Class B shares, if there's profits generated through those, then the earnings allocation is proportionate to the contribution of the members. The proposed corporate structure. The other utilities in Customer First have a single wires company, or LDC, and a single holding company. We are different in that we have a single wires company, so we qualify for the one Class A share and the proportion of Class B shares. But here we have two holding companies, Newmarket Hydro Holdings and Tay Hydro Inc., with about a 93%, 7% shareholding. So to deal with the shares in this case, what we are proposing is that the holding companies enter into a declaration of bare trust and nominee agreement. So in this case, Newmarket Hydro Holdings would take up all of the shares in Customer First. And then Newmarket Hydro Holdings and Tay Hydro Inc. would enter into a declaration of bare trust agreement between them. So that bare trust agreement defines the interest in Customer First as 93% Newmarket Hydro Holdings and 7% Tay Hydro, which is the same as the interest held in Newmarket Tay Power. And in accordance with each shareholder's interest in Customer First, then Newmarket Hydro Holdings, Inc., as the holder of all the shares, would remit any dividends due to Tay Hydro and provide any copies of notices, claims, demands, etc. Normal shareholder communication information. It would send those to Tay Hydro Inc. And any required voting with respect to the Class A share would be mutually agreed to by Newmarket Hydro Holdings and Tay Hydro Inc. And if an agreement cannot be reached, then Newmarket Hydro Holdings would exercise its 93% interest and make a final determination on that voting. Just some other things, the shareholders cannot deal with shares without consent of the others, so Tay can't deal with their interest in Customer First without Newmarket consenting to it, and vice versa. The agreement can be modified through agreement by both shareholders, and Tay Hydro, because they're in a minority interest, can transfer its interests to Newmarket Hydro Holdings under mutually agreed terms. And if there are any costs related to the shareholding and the agreement, then they would be shared by the two holding companies in accordance with their interest in Customer First. The structure, I showed you this the last time, it basically remains unchanged. And as I noted last time, Frank Colonan and Paul Ferguson get paid the grand total of nothing, but we do it out of glory and honor to serve as the president and the secretary of the company. In terms of CFI initiatives, and here's some, I think it's very good. The new conservation framework, all of the utilities have seen their conservation targets increase. So we have to do more, and we have to do it with less. Our funding has been reduced in this new framework. Now, the Customer First collaboration, because it is a collaborative, it enables us to make application to other conservation funds, two in particular, the Innovation Fund and the Collaboration Fund. So because we're a collaborative, the Collaboration Fund works very well for us. We have had two successful applications. We have received $1 million in additional funding from the Innovation Fund to do a pilot for electrically heated homes, to do an energy audit, and put in electronic thermostat control for baseboard heating. And the building in Newmarket that is involved in this pilot is the apartment at 260 Davis Drive. So we are doing it and hope to expand it if the pilot's successful. We've also received about $330,000 from the Collaboration Fund, and that will fund an application representative and a technical reviewer. And both of those will be directly assisting customer conservation project applications. So they will be working for the good of not only Newmarket customers, but all of the collective CFI utility customers. In terms of our conservation results, 2015, Customer First, the collective utilities achieved 259% of their 2015 target. And overall, on the 5-year program, we've achieved 22%. Locally for Newmarket, we've achieved 234% of our 2015 target and 18% of our target on the 5-year program.
I can
And
just,
I'll also mention here that because of Customer First, in 2015, we also had retained earnings of about $80,000, all of which is being used to develop a new conservation website for the member utilities and conservation tools on that website, and starting to build a catalog of conservation programs and funding. not unlike the suggestion in your municipal energy plan with conservation labeling and that, sort of building up, if you like, a library of conservation, not only programs, but activities and sources of funding. So,
Oh, I need an additional 5 minutes.
sorry?
An additional 5 minutes. Councillor Kerwin, Councillor Twinney, all those in
Sorry,
favor?
I'll speed up.
That's carried. There we go.
The other thing I'll mention too is through Customer First, because we are a number of utilities, I have seen the new market municipal energy plan. I believe it needs to be explored, it needs to be discussed. There are probably linkages between Customer First and the municipal energy plans that would see possibly Customer First get additional funding either from the collaboration or the innovation fund to help see some of those concepts through to fruition, not only in Newmarket, but in all the member utilities, municipalities, sorry. I discussed the shareholders agreement in terms of the business, shareholder meetings. There's one director for each shareholder, the chair elected by the directors. There's a management committee, a number of matters requiring special approval. I won't go into them in detail. And dealing with shares, a takeout offer and drag along. And dealing also with inactive shareholders. And the last point, to keep the northern utilities happy, is the shareholder sells its LDC to Hydro One, then the shares, they have to give up their shares in Customer First at 50% of the equity value. Shows you how popular they are north of Barrie. And that's very quickly through it. I believe I have given you a president's report with some resolutions and recommendations, and I'm open. I know that was very quick. I'm open to questions. I guess I will note that all of the other utilities and holding companies have taken up their shares in Customer First at this point.
And the discussion has taken place at TAY as well, and TAY has
The discussion has been had with TAY. They are prepared to take up their proportionate interest in Customer First. The only thing I didn't have at that point in time, Mr. Mayor, was a declaration of bare trust and nominee agreement, which I have now.
Okay. Regional Councillor, questions?
Thanks very much. Interesting presentation again. So just, is it because of the slides, using some older slides, or no, it's not fully, because you just said it's still getting finalized. We have it on our report. So what I'm wondering is, how are we, and it's more a curiosity question, but how are we in the position of having a proposed corporate structure and a report in front of us about that to be approved, but there's already retained earnings and there's already board, so is it, how does that work? That, it sounds like it's set up and structured and it's actually starting to apply for funds, receiving funds, accruing retained earnings. Is that, how does that work then? So it's up and running, but we are not technically part of it yet? Is that how it works? And if we're not,
That's correct.
and if we're not technically part of it yet, have we started funding it, or?
You're involved in that I have executed a master services agreement to be part of the conservation and demand management activities and all that goes with it, okay? If there are financial benefits that come out of that, you are not part of that, okay? Because you don't hold any, you have no interest in Customer First at this point in time.
Right, okay. But once we execute that far,
only the Wires
then.
company does, in that we are participating in the joint CDM plan.
My next question is then, obviously, one of the reasons, and there's others, one of them is that you showed you could attract new pools of funding, et cetera, but I would assume, one of the measures, I believe what you told us before, one of the reasons for doing this is that there could be some efficiencies from collectively managing conservation demand management is one example, and there's other business areas. Can you speak to those efficiencies, and in particular, can you speak to the administrative budget for residential and commercial of 10 million? Does that represent less than the budgeted administrative costs for the utilities individually? And does that get lifted off the individual utility now and transferred to customer first?
Mr. Ferguson?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Okay, and I could be wrong in my understanding of how this process works, but it seems to me that customer first is designed to take on certain aspects of the current utility business, particularly around conservation demand management, and pool it and manage it in one group, which should create efficiencies, I would assume.
Not necessarily efficiencies. Okay, there will be some. I call it capability and other opportunities. For example, the ability to access the innovation fund and the collaboration fund.
Okay.
Because as I noted to you, we have higher targets with less funding.
Okay.
Okay, and the other thing you have to remember is we have just been through about a 5-year CDM framework. That first framework really gathered a lot of that, what they always call the low-hanging fruit. So the targets are higher, but it's also harder to achieve them because we're going to have to dig deeper. We can't just pluck the low-hanging fruit anymore. So will there be efficiencies? There will be. Okay, those efficiencies, though, will result in probably more retained earnings to build more tools and shareholder wealth, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, and fair enough. I wasn't, yeah, and I see where that's going, but I guess specifically to the administrative costs of roughly $10 million. Does that represent currently budgeted administrative costs within each utility that is now collectively, and does that get transferred off of, or is that completely new administrative costs? Because
Sorry, I can't find the slide. Am I there yet?
Yeah.
so,
Okay, under the new framework, okay, we are in charge of the money. So what has happened is the total budget, the pot that we were collectively given is about $38.8 million. We decide how to allocate that between administrative and incentive, okay? And if you ask me how we do that, my answer is that's why we hired Chris Barker, who used to be at the OPA, because he's figured out the allocation and the spend per kilowatt hour we have to make to achieve the target. But technically, yeah, like all of us just pooled the money. So we would have a percentage of that money. I don't know I don't have it off the top, what New Market's funding was, but it was a percentage of that.
oh, I see. So we would have previously had a percentage of that funding and a percentage of that administrative costs, and the CDM plan would have been funded to a certain degree through the government, and we would have spent accordingly on administrative incentives.
Well,
Now-
the program would have been funded entirely by the ISO. Okay, so, and it still is. What I've done is taken our funding and handed it off to Customer First and said, make us part of the joint plan and jointly deliver those programs, not to Greater Sudbury, to New Market, to all of us. Okay, and I've also given them the conservation target that we were assigned as well. Here's our target, here's the money.
Okay, is there any sense that this structure also allows New Market Tay, as an example, to focus more solely on the remaining portion of the business or the core portion of the business by having Customer First take on this with a certain expertise and focus on this area?
Short answer, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and that's the other thing, is it allowed us to, through Customer First, that allowed us to attract the resources we have, the Chris Barker and the Angela Matthews. There's a company, Berman Energy. She led their CDM portfolio, and she left there to come to Customer First. So we have two, what I would say, Class A resources working on our conservation and demand management program.
Who might not have otherwise come to a smaller
I wouldn't have otherwise. I couldn't afford them. individually.
Okay, last question. So then, am I right to say that the benefits here, I'm trying to get to the sort of consolidate the benefits in my mind of going in this direction. One of them is this greater level of expertise and this ability to focus entirely on this area within one office and not have a split focus at
And the other benefit is, okay, a first-rate conservation program delivery to Newmarket, along with the other utilities. And that in itself is very important, that Newmarket customers, residential, industrial, commercial, get access to the best possible programs we can offer at the best possible pricing, maximizing the incentive payment they get. Okay, and that's where the funding from the Innovation Fund and the Collaboration Fund is also helping. It's bringing more money in to help our customers achieve their conservation requirements.
Okay. And the other benefit is that we can attract new forms of grants. And the other benefit is that we can start to take on non-shareholding customers that will possibly grow this as its own entity and create more retained earnings over 10 or 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And I had some earlier discussion on this at the Hydro Board. There's a couple of other items too, in that normally the CDM program would be in the hands of a third party. And so what this does is allows us to be a shareholder in the third party that's going to be managing this. So we'll be sharing in the profits of that, and by aggregating the goals and the plans, it also gives us some opportunities where some municipalities may not have been able to pursue CDM plans as well as Newmarket Tay has, and so that all becomes part of the aggregate goal as well. So there's two indirect benefits. The profit margin that would be going to a third party now is coming back to CDM and is shared proportionately. And I like the business model, Paul. If someday we ever advance the idea of developing municipal service corporation, the way that this model is set out, I think really captures the governance model that let's say a group like the N6 might find very beneficial. So I like that part. Further questions, Regional Councillor?
Sorry, one last question. I have to ask, the 93-7 split that was originally set up for this, for Newmarket Tay, for Newmarket and Tay, Newmarket Tay Hydro, was set some time ago. Does the data still support that that's the split that should remain going into the new, going into another entity, which is Customer First? It does. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it would be appropriate to receive the presentation, and I will be seeking a motion with respect to the recommendations that we've received from Newmarket Hydro Holdings, Inc. Can I have a motion, please? Regional Councillor, seconded by Councillor Groom-Plumley. Any further discussion? All those, did you want to speak to that, John, as the mover?
No, I've covered.
Kelly, as the seconder? Okay. All those in favor then? That is carried. Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Okay. So items 3, 4, and 5 actually relate to this evening's public meeting. The consent items, items number 6 to 16. Are there any items that members wish to deal with separately? Regional Councillor.
14.
Number 14. Any others? Could I have a motion then to adopt items number 6 to 16 with the exception of item number 14? Councillor Vague, Councillor Kerwin. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Item number 14. Item number 14 is, and I just wanted to be clear that in adopting item number 12 as a consent item, we're actually adopting the recommendations from that the report be referred to the Planning Department as part of the planning report. Okay, that's good. All right, just as long as that was clear. Item number 14. Regional Councillor?
Yeah, I'd like to move the motion that's there, but just add a third recommendation that directs staff to liaison with PFLAG, Canada York Region, with regards to any other opportunity during Pride Week to recognize the week and the efforts of PFLAG.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Sponga. Did you wish to speak to that, Regional Councillor?
Yeah, just briefly, I'll state that as members of council know that due to many complications and the difficulty trying to adjudicate what requests for flags from various organizations and groups that we saw a number of years ago have stood back from that approach. But having said that, Pride Week, I think some people around this table can even remember going back many, many years to when this was even perhaps a little controversial around this table, but I think things have progressed considerably, and this is an event that's recognized, globally, and is certainly recognized in major centers in Canada and the United States. And I think that it would behoove us to, while not being able to accommodate the flag raising due to our internal our policies, that we just ask staff, and that's why I had the recommendation to reach out and see if there's some sort of event or a workshop or something that could bring greater awareness that we could participate in and help promote to show that we're putting the town's energies behind this important week.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sponga is the seconder. No additional comments? Okay. No further comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Action items. Item number 17. Could I have a motion with respect to the disposition of the document? Councillor Twinney?
To endorse Bill 158 that was brought forth by MPP Lori Scott. We'll speak to it.
Once we have a seconder, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Broom-Plumley, okay. Speaking as the mover, Councillor Twinney?
Yes, I asked it to be put on the agenda so we can formally endorse this bill and have it brought to provincial parliament. I think it's something that's is a huge problem across this country and in this province, and it needs more awareness brought to it, but also more funding as well. And I think it's something that we should endorse as a municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Broom-Plumley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly agree with Councillor Twinney, and it's amazing how serious this particular topic is, just speaking with our own York Regional Police and our own community, and I think this is something that should definitely be brought forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? There being none, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, and that is carried. Reports from regional representatives. Regional Councillor?
No, I'll just report to council.
Okay. Any notices of motion? Councillor Twinney?
Yes, I'd like to bring forward a notice of motion for our next, I guess, council meeting or committee of the whole, our next council meeting, I guess, with regards to enacting a bylaw for driving schools for prohibiting them in certain areas where there's pre-approved routes for our MTO driver training course, because there's this is an issue and a problem that happened in Aurora, and they brought forth a bylaw that helped reduce the number of driving school vehicles on our residential streets. It's a specific problem within my ward, and definitely and also in Ward 2 with the MTO office now on Harry Walker. So I'll be bringing forth a motion with regards to that.
And normally that would come forward to the next committee of the whole.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, any other notices of motion? Next item is motions.
Move.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Sponga. As the mover, Regional Councillor.
Yeah, thanks. Just for people who are following along, this is a motion I brought forward as a notice of motion couple weeks ago, and it reads that council directs staff to bring back a report within 180 days that examines the process and issues related to a ban on corporate and union donations in Newmarket municipal elections. I think, as people know, this has been something that's been discussed for some time and is certainly getting more attention more recently, and the province is also looking at this. So the province will be going through their process as well, but I did want us to look at this. This could, and I said to bring back a report, that could be as part of another governance report, because I believe we're looking at other items, or as an individual report as staff see fit. But it is my feeling that this is an area we need to look at, that corporate and union donations, as people say, corporations and unions don't vote. That's not to say they shouldn't have a voice. They're important participants in our democratic process and certainly in our communities. Many businesses and corporations and unions contribute significantly in different ways. But having said that, those organizations, certainly most corporations, a senior employee or an owner or a CEO can still choose to donate, but in their own name. Certainly one of the clear advantages of this direction would be that many campaign returns at many levels, with the exception of federal since it was banned, but you will get corporate donations that not often, but numerous occasions are from numbered companies. And one of the downsides there is, unless you're willing to do a great deal of homework, you really don't know where the donation came from. And the elected official doing the return still has to put it down as the numbered company, because that's what the check said. Even though it might be a very small mom and pop organization, it still might be numbered. And so this would bring a level of transparency. Having said that, I don't want to jump the gun and assume this is the way to go, although I have to say I have a strong lean in this direction, and that's why I've brought it forward. But I would like to sort of see what staff discover in their investigation of this as well as seeing what other jurisdictions have done and what are some of the other pros and cons that should be considered before moving in this direction. But certainly the 180 days leaves us plenty of time to consider this before the next election, and I look forward to seeing that report and council coming to a decision on this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spong as a seconder.
Always supportive of more transparency.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. That's carried. New business. That's good. I would like to raise one item. We've all received an information report 2016-6, Enhancing Municipal Enforcement, and a review of our regulations. And when I look through what staff has done in the enforcement area, I really do want to congratulate them on the amount of work that they're putting into bringing our processes up to date. And I want to extend my thanks to everyone who's taken the time to keep us up to date. I think it's important for us to, if we don't receive information reports like this, we're generally not aware of what's been going on. So this has been a very good report, and I think they've got a very aggressive agenda going forward. So I want to congratulate staff for that undertaking as well. Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much. Just wanted to ask if we could direct staff or ask staff to just look into, and it could even be a response by email or information report or something very minimal. But I would like to consider, I can completely see why the arguments in favor of, and I'm speaking specifically this past weekend, it was a great weekend in the town of Newmarket. There was a great deal of activity. There was the opening pitch for baseball, which is an incredible, if you haven't experienced it, an incredible historic and small town event here in Newmarket. That's absolutely wonderful. We had the opening of the Farmers Market, the opening of the Story Pod. We had the Holland River cleanup, and I think I'm not capturing quite everything. I'm sure I'm not. But the gist of it is while there's synergies to be had there in some ways, I'm wondering if there isn't some downside to that as well. I know I certainly had a hard time getting to everything, but I suspect there's some residents who would love to participate with their children in the Holland River cleanup, but because 800 plus children and their families are out in the parade for baseball, they can't. And so I get, and I'm not saying I'm sure that one approach outweighs the other, but I wouldn't mind having another look at it and just asking ourselves, are we sure that this approach with having a lot of things sort of coming together, even opening the farmers market is, it's an event that comes with growing anticipation, excitement every year. And my involvement in the opening day of the farmers market was about 10 minutes going through it and saying hi to a few people on my way from one event to another. So Just something we might want to just have a glance at and say, would it be possible, and would it be perhaps better to spread a couple of those things out? Maybe not all of them, but a couple. And I'm not positive I know the answer, but I'm sure one of the reasons was that there is synergies, but the other side of the coin is that I think some people miss out on some things they perhaps would greatly enjoy otherwise.
Another example of that was the previous week, where both the MS Walk, the Doan House Hospice, and the hospital walk was all at the same time. So unless we get, you know, the cardboard cutouts that we did for Mike for the budget item, it's awfully difficult for us all to attend. Some of those outside events, it might be difficult for us to coordinate, but some thought with respect to our own events. Mr. Sheldon?
I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, the staff could take that as direction and take a look at that, see what can be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items? Councillor Sponga?
No, sorry.
Okay. Being no further items on new business, there is not a requirement for a closed session, and I believe that deals with all of the items on the agenda with the exception of our public hearing this evening. Okay? So I'll take a motion to recess until our public meeting. Councillor Kerwin, Councillor Bay, all those in favor, and that is carried. Are we shut down? Good evening. I'll call this Committee of the Whole to order. We'll outline what the process is shortly, but initially I think we do have an addendum. Mr. Shelton, if you could outline the particulars of the addendum, and we'll modify that to include in the agenda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There, in fact, are two addenda. The first one came out on Thursday, and the second one today at 4 o'clock. They cover items 19A to 52 inclusive. They consist of deputation requests, letters, correspondence, and the presentation from the proponent. In addition to that, there have been additional speaker requests since 4 o'clock, and they will be set up in a live speakers queue. The speakers that are in other rooms, if there are speakers that are located in other rooms, have been asked to look to the screen to see the list of speakers, and when I think we're within about 3 speakers of their name, they would come into the chambers as well. So are there any questions in terms of the addendum items that are before you this evening?
Okay. Being none, then I'll entertain a motion to add the second addendum to tonight's agenda.
Thank you.
Councillor Sponga, Councillor Bazance, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for coming to a public meeting and expressing interest in the Main Street Clock Inc. development application. This meeting is being live streamed and archived on the town's website at www.newmarket.ca. And there is a fire code restriction to the number of people permitted to be in the council chambers, and so provisions have been made to accommodate additional people in other areas of the building. And anyone in the overflow areas who wishes to make a deputation is asked to notify the staff assigned to that area so that arrangements can be made for them to come forward at the appropriate time. At this point, I'll ask our Deputy Clerk, Lisa Lyons, to outline the statutory provisions and how the proceedings will go forward. Lisa?
Good evening. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to hear from anyone who has an interest in the application submitted for a zoning bylaw amendment to amend the existing historic downtown urban center zone to permit a mixed-use building of 7 stories on the subject lands, being 178, 180, 184, 188, 190, and 194 Main Street South, specifically to accommodate 165 residential apartment units and 5 commercial units fronting Main Street South. The Planning Act requires the town to hold at least one public meeting on any proposed zoning bylaw amendment application. Committee of the Whole will not be making a decision regarding the proposed application tonight, but will refer all written and verbal comments to planning staff to consider in a report that will be brought forward to a future meeting of the Committee of the Whole, yet to be scheduled. Please note that in accordance with the Planning Act, if a person does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make a written submission to the Town of Newmarket in respect of a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, the person is not entitled to appeal the decision of Town Council to the Ontario Municipal Board, unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. It is very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses of all individuals having an interest in this development application. Therefore, if you haven't already registered in the lobby and you want to be notified of any further Committee of the Whole or Council meetings concerning the application being considered, you must complete a deputation and further notice form and submit it to the clerk's staff. The forms are available in the lobby and in each of the overflow meeting rooms. Additionally, if you are not comfortable providing oral comments, please submit your written comments by email to clerks@newmarket.ca or letter to the clerk's office at 395 Mulock Drive, Newmarket. If you wish to speak tonight and have not already submitted a deputation form, please inform the clerk's staff here in the council chambers or in the lobby, and they will add you to the queue. Staff is maintaining a list of speakers, and the mayor will call each person forward in the order of those on the agenda first, then in order of those who have identified themselves this evening. There are 3 chairs reserved beside the presentation desk for the next 3 speakers in order. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes per person. When coming forward to speak, please state your name. While everyone is entitled to address council, you are not obligated to speak if your concern has been stated by a previous speaker. If you have already written to the town, your comments have been received and you are on record.
Thank you. A reminder that the purpose of this evening's meeting is to hear public feedback on the proposed development application. Committee will not make a decision regarding the proposal tonight. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will have 10 minutes to make a presentation. Members of the public who have made a deputation request will be heard. If members of council or the public have questions for the applicant or staff of a technical or process nature, they will be responded to after all of the deputations are heard. Questions which require further review will be referred to staff and addressed as part of the comprehensive report to be brought back at a later date. So this matter will be before council again, when staff will provide a report that will respond to the concerns raised, as well as provide their professional assessment of the proposal, together with their recommendations for council's consideration. And anyone who has requested further notification in writing to the clerk will be advised when this matter comes forward at a future meeting. Everyone attending the meeting who wishes to speak will be given an opportunity to do so, regardless of their viewpoint on the proposed development. But given the number of deputation requests that we have received, I would ask that you respect the time limits provided and that your comments are directed to the aspects of the proposal that you either agree or disagree with and not about the opinion of others or their character. Please treat everyone the way you want to be treated, with respect and courtesy, and refrain from applause or heckling or interrupting the speakers. Please turn all devices on silent or vibrate mode. And on behalf of council and town staff, I want to thank you for your interest in this project. Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much. Just due to the large number of deputations and out of an abundance of fairness to everybody that's present, I will be moving a motion that council allow for no extensions to speaking times, and that in all other circumstances we adhere to the procedural bylaw. That's both in reference to the presentation and the deputations. And I think that provides a very fair and even playing field and allows as many people as possible to get to speak.
Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Sponga. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. So we'll start with a PowerPoint presentation from Mr. Forrest. Mr. Forrest, you're permitted up to 10 minutes. Okay.
Testing. Is it okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to spend some time this evening with you. We have a 20-minute presentation that we're about to compress into 10 minutes, so we'll hustle through a bit of it, and let's hustle now. Okay. Yep. So I'm not talking to these pieces. Here's our goals here tonight. We have the proposal to review, heritage considerations to discuss. We want to distinguish some fact from some fiction, and we're here to answer your questions. So, height on Main Street, the bylaw says 3 stories. We're 2 stories on Main Street. Height on Park Avenue, 3 and 6 stories. We're 7 stories. And it's not a bylaw, but all along we've been asked to stay below the steeple, and so we're 1.1 meters below the steeple. We've stepped the building away from Main Street 4 meters at the lower levels after the 2nd floor, and 7 meters up above. And here's a good opportunity to see this. So this is looking north. Through the new part of the building, you can see the shops, suites above, and then stepping back to suites, then stepping back again. And up at the top, the line at the top, 22.8 meters, we're 1.1 meter below the church steeple. Same story through the clock tower building. You can see how the floors in the clock tower don't line up, but all the rest of the information is identical. There's been discussion about scale and height and all these good things. Well, included in the public documents is, although you can't read this here, but there's dimension plans. There's no issue of a failure for us to be to scale. Goldsmith Borgel are our heritage impact architects, and some of the material we follow with now has evolved from them. We really do recognize the importance of heritage buildings. And we like the idea of retaining them. So the plan is to preserve the post office, maintain it, and adaptively, boy, I can't say that, adaptively reuse it. And a lot of work on the exterior to be done. As to the other buildings, the recommendation at this moment, subject to further information as we uncover the facades, is to integrate the existing facades into the ultimate design. We're going to maintain the form of the old post office building, and we have set the structure well back from the tower as to frame the tower, especially as you come down Main Street. So this is what we have today, and we're calling it Heritage Hidden. Our goal here is to expose the heritage, restore everything that's restorable, and put the clock tower back in every way to as close as we possibly can to the day to 1914. So we have to restore the post office, ensure the clock tower continues to dominate Main Street for generations, banish the pastiche of cladding, preserve historic Main Street building faces, maintain 2 stories on Main Street. Those are our heritage goals. Been a lot of talk about parking. There are 94 spaces in Market Square and at the post office today. We estimate, and no deal's been made with staff about exactly how this works, but we'll drop to 51 spaces for, say, 6 months. Then we move up to, say, 82 spaces, and ultimately we land at 98 spaces at the end of the day after construction. Our goals: revitalizing the downtown, bring residents to the core, offer diverse housing opportunities, and bring downtown business and downtown sustainability by bringing the folks downtown. We are in discussion with our neighbors, friendly discussion, and we'll be reaching out to be good neighbors to them, and they have already proven to be good neighbors to us. We talked about such things as pre- and post-construction surveys, vibration monitoring, parking impact, protecting stained glass windows, construction scheduling, all sorts of elements of that nature. So, 7 stories on Main. We believe we have a 3-story permitted on Main, and that we're proposing 2 stories. 3 stories are permitted on Park Avenue is the fiction. Well, that's true. Well, it's not really a fiction because it's true, but there's also 6 stories permitted on Park Avenue, and we're proposing 7 stories. A lot of underground river talk. We have a high water table. All of Newmarket has a high water table. Lord knows I've been into it enough times. So we don't have rivers, but we certainly have water. Our goal has been for the building to frame the clock tower, not to dwarf it. We're told that there's insufficient parking. In the end, we don't get to be the arbiters of the parking. That number will be imposed upon us, although we have our parking consultant here tonight if we want to discuss with him. All drawings are not to be scaled because you provide drawings with dimensions and scales, you make errors with scales. We will not be experiencing, well, I can't imagine that we'd be experiencing stacking onto Park Avenue. The door will be at the bottom of the ramp, and Lord knows it's a long ramp. So it'll stack on the ramp. This picture is designed to show we can all have our subjective views on it, but the impact of the building on the skyline. Next. Okay, and we finish with a 17-second movie, which takes us up Main Street. And our goal here is, you'll see on your right, the building. Sorry, I said on your right, on your left. Forgive me, am I dyslexic? And right at the last moment, coming ahead a bit, we turn the car and virtually run up on the sidewalk here, but it's necessary to turn like that in order to see the building, and here's a view from the north, and we finish with shots that we started with. So I didn't have anybody jumping at me, Mr. Mayor, so did we make the 10 minutes?
Yes, you actually have 20 seconds left. So we appreciate that. We may request that you come back if there's some questions that could be answered later on. What we'll do now is we'll hear from our residents, and we have a listing here. And the first deputant listed is Wasim Jera. Is Mr. Jera here? Okay. Okay. Then our next deputant then is Mr. Art Weiss. Mr. Weiss? We permit up to 5 minutes. We'll let you know when we hit the 4-minute mark. Give you an opportunity to summarize, okay?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Van Bynen, Regional Councilor Taylor, Town Councilors. When Jean and I got married a few years ago, we searched for a home of our own. We wanted to settle in a neighborhood where we could walk to the businesses that serve our basic needs. We also wanted to live in a place built on a convivial scale where people shared a sense of community. Newmarket, and most particularly the old town core of Newmarket, hit the sweet spot. So here we are. And we bring some fresh eyes to the situation, I think I can say. Jean and I love Main Street, and you can find me 1 or 2 days a week telecommuting to my downtown Toronto job from a table at Cover Notes Coffee House or maybe at Benny Benny Ice Cream Parlor, and on an occasional late afternoon from the Old Village Inn. I also use the library too. It's my understanding that Main Street was once an economic and cultural hub of Newmarket. with population growth and with the construction style that emerged after the war and the age of the automobile, Newmarket changed. And it's also my understanding that as businesses left, Main Street went through some rough times. Now, we can say that in one sense, those commercial developments along and adjacent to Yonge Street saved Main Street's historic architecture. The small 2- and 3-story buildings that we now treasure were abandoned by the businesses rather than replaced by them. And so they remain for us today as a cultural resource to be cherished and a foundation for the town's future. Happily, a corner has been turned with the recent opening of some popular restaurants on Main Street. But we've also lost 2 banks. We have to ask the question of whether Main Street can continue its recovery without a more diversified business base, including retail and more professional service providers. To thrive, Main Street needs a strong, large customer base. And a sure way to deliver this customer base is a mild intensification of housing on the edge of the historic district. At the same time, housing in a pedestrian-friendly central core can help address 2 demographic realities Newmarket must be facing in the next decade or so. I belong to a cohort of people that will someday, and sooner than we wish to think, we will be looking for a place to downsize. We're 6 decades on now from the baby boom, and Canada has a demographic bulge. There we go. These are the Stats Canada data from 2011, population for the country, and it shows there's this bump of people that in the next 10 years are going to be recruiting into the 65-year-old plus age category. Here's the population from Newmarket. And we can see here the demographic bulge is even stronger than it is for the nation generally. Many of these people will be very eager to rent a nice place on Main Street where they can keep their car parked and lead a largely pedestrian existence. We're going to have these people become these people. But there's another demographic that the town should be seeking to attract. And I'm talking about people between the ages of 20 to 40. It seems that young people are leaving for university and they're not coming back.
I have you at 4 minutes.
These are people with skills our economy will need, our people will need in the next decade. We need to have them back. We need decent rental housing to deal with this need. So let me just forward and say, I recall listening to the many deputations when the past proposal for this property came forward. Many spoke against the development, largely on heritage grounds, but the thing that struck me about the presentations was how few remarks there were towards preservation of the buildings compared to the number of fond, personal reminiscences about the day when Main Street was the hub, the center of town life, when it was a vibrant commercial district. Well, that's Main Street's history too. And preserving that social component of the town is just as important as preserving its physical structure. We have to ask ourselves, do we want Main Street to be a commercially vibrant historical district?
Okay, thank you.
Or do we want it to be a memorial to a once vibrant commercial
Thank you.
district?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. We'll receive all the deputations after all the at the same time. Okay, our next deputant then is Mr. Siegfried Wall.
Mr. Mayor, Councillors, Committee of the Whole, Chief Planners, Planning Department, whom it may concern. I take reference to my objection to the Clock Tower redevelopment proposal dated April 18, 2016, forming part and copy enclosed. The official plan, section 434, states, among others, the rich history of the area will be protected and enhanced. The application proposes to only maintain the clock tower but demolish the balance of the building. This is neither protecting nor enhancing the history of the area. Policy number 1 provides for permitted maximum residential density of 80 units per net hectare. The site is approximately 0.2655 hectares based on the applicant's drawing. This would allow for a maximum density of 21.24 units. The proposal calls for approximately 165 residential units, which translates to a density of 621 units per hectare. This is more than 7.7 times the current permitted maximum density. Policy number 8 states, among others, at a scale, improvements to the historic downtown in the form of infill development at a scale that retains the historic character of the area. The zone standard of UCD1, the historic downtown urban center zone, has a minimum height of 2 stories and a maximum of 3. The proposed development does not retain the scale of the historic character of the area. On the contrary, at 7 stories, the proposal is more than double the typical built form height along Main Street. Section 4.4 intensification states the commitment to intensification will be realized through a focus on community design and the primary objective of ensuring that development complements the quality that makes Newmarket's neighborhood unique and contributes to the identity. Again, the official plan emphasizes that new development complements the existing character of an area, not changing it. Further, the policy reference table 1, which sets out density maximum 80 units per net hectare, and goes further to establish a maximum floor space index FSI, which is the gross floor area divided by lot area. For the historic downtown, the maximum FSI is 1.0. For the subject site, this would translate to a maximum permitted gross floor area of 2,655 square meters. The applicant is proposing a total gross floor area of 11,362, excluding the clock tower, which is an FSI of 4.779, almost 5 times the permitted FSI. It should be noted that the regional center at Young and Davis permits only a maximum of 2.5 FSI. Ridiculous. The official plan goes on to state development application proposing FSI greater than found in Table 1 required to provide support and background studies demonstrating that the proposed development will not create unaccepted levels.
So I'll ask you to wrap up,
okay.
please.
Then I have to leave certain material out in order to speed up. Urban design compatibility proposal does not comply with the town's policy of urban design and compatibility as set out in Section 12 of the official plan. Heritage Conservation District plan does not have regard for the historic value to the site. One quick point, parking. The old town is being renovated for more than $10 million without purpose-built parking in its vicinity for its planned successful operation. This could turn out to be a substantial mistake, if not downright negligent, given the fact that people like to park close.
Mr. Wall, your 5 minutes are up. Your 5 minutes are up, sir.
Yeah,
your 5 minutes are up, sir. You can leave the balance. You can leave the balance of your presentation with us, with the clerk, and we'll circulate that with members of council.
So
let's be fair. Let's be fair to everybody else. We've got a lot of deputations, and we need to have a balanced representation. So if you could leave that with the clerk, we'll make sure that that is circulated to the to the rest of council, and that's available on our website as well. Thank you. Our next deputant is Mr. David Kempton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and staff. What I'm going to say tonight is not what I expected I would be going to say. And that's because I looked over my notes from February 13, last time we went around this, and I realized a couple of things. And even though I'm in favor of this, I know there's a number of people who will be saying very much what I would be saying if that's all I were doing. What really came to concern me reflecting on tonight and thinking back to the past time is what we've got here are two polarized groups, and we're not really speaking to each other. And now here we are again in front of council on this issue, much the same people saying much the same thing. There's going to be accusations, innuendo, outright propaganda, and it's poisoned the debate. Not much has changed in the proposal. It's different size, different shape, pretty much the same. It's rentals rather than condos. Rentals can be good, though I understand why some people have concerns. So I don't envy you your task. I want to point out, though, that there's a third side in this debate, a side informed by careful study of what does and does not work, and by what is and is not allowed by law. You've had workshops on the principles of modern sustainable urban design, and there's a wealth of information that you can draw on from groups like the Sustainable Urban Design Association, the Pembina Institute, groups like that. Best of all, you have a staff. You've got staff who are expert in these matters and can advise with clarity. While I support the need for public consultation, and I fully understand it, sometimes communities get stuck on issues. And council just has to look at fact rather than passion and help us all by figuring out what is truly the best way forward in taking us there. I don't envy you your task, but I do thank you for taking it on.
Thank you. Our next deputant then is Peggy Stevens. Is Peggy Stevens here? Okay.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to hear a lot of us on an important issue for Newmarket. I'm in favor of the clock tower development as I was previously. Main Street Newmarket has the potential to be a true Main Street, but it needs more people living in the downtown core to make that happen. When we chose to move to Newmarket, we chose to live within easy walking distance of Main Street. We were gambling that Main Street was going to become a true Main Street as it once was. A Main Street with enough variety of businesses so that we would not have to use our car to meet our needs. So far, that gamble has not paid off. There's hope, and the clock tower development has the potential to help make Main Street into a living Main Street again. Bringing 150 or more units to the downtown core and offering some really nice new retail space, the clock tower development would help to continue the revitalization of our Main Street. Since the clock tower development was proposed, there's been a lot of talk about preserving Main Street's heritage. But as I asked the last time, which Main Street? The Main Street of Newmarket when my grandmother attended Newmarket High School in the early 1900s. My grandmother had to live away from her mother to go to high school, and fortunately she had an older sister and a brother-in-law who lived on Main Street North. My Aunt Mary and Uncle Rob. Their house is still there, although the huge gardens and small barn are gone. Yes, barn. They had a few cows on Main Street. I don't think that's the Main Street we want to preserve. Or is the talk about the Main Street of my mother that my mother-in-law misses? The Main Street where she could shop at the Loblaws on her way home from volunteering at the Home Support Office, or Community Home Support Office at Main and Water. Certainly we're not talking about the Main Street of the not-so-distant past, which was neglected and allowed to go to seed. I think the heritage expert, Catherine Naismith, who spoke in April, might suggest that there was a missed opportunity then. I imagine the buildings were going for a pretty good price. Unfortunately, Not nearly enough entrepreneurs came forward. Main Street has changed a lot over time because the times changed. Let's let Main Street change again so that it can be a Main Street, a place where people can live, work, and play in the spirit of the people who created Main Street in the first place. People choosing to live in the downtown want the lifestyle offered by a Main Street. They want to walk wherever possible. They want to support local Main Street businesses, and they'll provide a larger customer base to attract some new businesses of greater variety than already exist. This revitalized Main Street will then attract more people who already live in the area. In other words, Main Street will get to be more like the Main Street of old. And that's a real legacy. Preserving buildings without ensuring vitality isn't much of a legacy. The Clock Tower development preserves the Clock Tower, improves the streetscape immediately to the south in keeping with the heritage look, and brings much-needed residents to the downtown. I know there are lots of concerns about parking if more people live on or near Main Street, but I don't believe the Clock Tower development will cause any greater problems than already exist. I'm sure the Town Council already knows about parking issues and is searching for solutions. And I believe that the parking provided by the Clock Tower development will be more than adequate for the new residents. The Clock Tower development will help the town in many other ways too. Aside from the obvious increase in tax revenues, the residential units will help Newmarket reach its intensification targets. The fact that the units are rental rather than condos is also a plus. Many people who want to live in the area of Main Street can't afford to get into the condo market, let alone the housing market.
I have you at 4 minutes.
The Clock Tower rental units offer nice apartments with parking and will attract many people, including young people and seniors. What a plus to have such diversity right on Main Street. The Clock Tower development on Main Street protects and enhances the heritage goals. At the same time, it helps to achieve the sustainability goals of the town. I don't even like to think what will happen to Main Street if the Clock Tower development doesn't go through. There is already too much empty and or run-down property on or near Main Street. The history of Newmarket is important. Newmarket's heritage is important. But history and heritage don't mean nothing should change. Main Street has changed a lot since my grandmother attended Newmarket High School in the early 1900s. In fact, the Clock Tower was built. A lot of those changes were for the better and were needed to suit a newer time. Unfortunately, changes of the recent past were not for the better, but thanks to some people with vision and determination, the revitalization of Main Street began. But we can't stop. Main Street doesn't now suit the times.
I have you at the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank
Would you
you.
leave your comments with the clerk as well? We can make sure that the
I'll
balance.
email a better copy in.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Our next deputant then is Greg King.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff. I submitted my full deputation in writing last week. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. In it, I put forth arguments for the proposed Main Street project put forth by the Forest Group. And I also go through my own analysis of the heritage quantities or qualities. And basically, it's all there. So I was wondering if anyone's had a chance to read it, if you had any questions. There are no questions?
Yeah, we have received your proposal. It has been circulated, and it will be circulated.
And that's all I want to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next deputant then is Ann Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening on this important application. For those who do not know me, I am a lifelong resident of Old Newmarket and since 1974 have owned and lived with my husband Tom on Church Street in an historic home that has been designated by the town of Newmarket. I and many others speaking before you this evening are not against the development of the clock tower and understand that progress and change is needed and inevitable. Main Street is recognizable as an area of historical importance and beauty, with unique vistas that the residents of Newmarket and visitors to our town have taken great pleasure in for over a century. Do not turn your back on the bylaw, which many of you quite rightly voted for only 2.5 years ago for an out-of-scale development which would distort the beauty of our historical downtown area. This cannot be allowed to happen. Clearly, the 3-story height limit is there for reasons which you recognized 2.5 years ago and took action to enforce. Newmarket has an official plan, and there are areas that are clearly more suited for greater levels of housing intensification that also complement better recent and future public transportation plans. I'm appealing to your conscience when weighing the facts and making your considerations on this hugely important application to do the right thing and enforce your own bylaw to ensure downtown Newmarket's unique history is preserved for our and future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputant then is Heather Burling.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Heather Burling, and I've lived in Newmarket for over 70 years and was in grade 1 with Ann Campbell at King George Public School. The day we stop caring about our views, the day we stop caring about our community, give up, you build your dream around the place in this world because that's what you know, that's where you live, and that's what you want. And when someone comes in and tries to take that away from you, you fight them with everything you've got. And if the council's response is to change the bylaw, in my view, that's an atrocity. Some people believe in a Darwinian version of democracy. Every man for himself. The big fish eat the small. Survival of the fittest. However, I prefer a kinder form of democracy. Whatever benefits you should not harm someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputant then is Margaret Davis. Margaret Davis.
Evening. My name is Margaret Davis, and I'm so pleased that there's such a big crowd here tonight. After my husband Keith Davis was discharged from the Air Force in 1946, we moved to Newmarket, and the population was 3,500. So, in the next 70 years since, I've seen a lot of development, but none that upsets me more than this current proposal to destroy our Main Street and the heritage and history that goes with it. I'm a member of the Newmarket Citizens for Heritage Preservation. Our committee is ecstatic over the response to our petition, online and on paper. We have had over 1,000 people sign in the last 3 weeks. I want to thank all the people that signed our petition and who left such wonderful comments about how much Newmarket and the Main Street had meant to them over the years. It's a feeling of warmth for Newmarket that really surprised me so much, and it's very heartwarming to us. 2 months ago, I wrote a short letter to the Era concerning this proposal, which they published on March the 17th. Actually, I think it's quite good, so I will read it to you in case you missed it. Believe it or not, Newmarket is so fortunate regarding the proposed clock tower development because Council has at its disposal perfect examples to guide it in its decision to save our 200-year historical heritage and today's Main Street. Small retailers cannot withstand loss of customers for more than a few months. And once construction starts, people will avoid Main Street. Davis Drive is a perfect example. Traffic congestion at Main and Park Avenue is so bad and parking spaces are invisible. Picture the traffic flow when the residents of 165 units explode onto Park Avenue every day. I understand some of these rental units are to be in the area of 400 square feet. That's the size of our garage. Larger ones are about 900 square feet. The underground parking will be a challenge for tenants and their visitors. To get a real idea of just how monstrous it would be, take a look at the 6-story development on the east side of Yonge Street in Aurora, near Wellington, and it is on a 4-lane road. The proposal in Newmarket is bigger, at 7 stories, and on 2-lane Main Street. It boggles the mind. The town has a perfect solution for all these problems, which are too many to mention here. Happily, the town owns a piece of land, without which this whole project cannot proceed. All town officials have to do is inform the developers that it will not sell or swap this piece of land to them, and it's over and out. No Ontario Municipal Board hassles. The Glenway trip to the Ontario Municipal Board cost taxpayers $588,000 with a negative result. Any future development for Maine should be sympathetic to our treasured past and conforming to our 3-story bylaw and heritage designation.
4 minutes now.
I believe our councillors cannot help but realize, along with hundreds of their fellow citizens, that for a myriad of reasons, this is an inappropriate development on an inappropriate site. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, order, please. Order, please. Our next deputant is Ann Martin.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Ann Martin, and I'm a member of the BIA for many years, as many years as it's existed. I'm currently the vice chair of the BIA, which recently voted to against the clock tower proposal. I'm not speaking, however, as a vice chair this evening. I'm speaking as a citizen and also a member of the Newmarket Citizens Heritage Coalition and also the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. And also a longtime resident of the neighborhood, the Heritage neighborhood. This isn't just about 4 blocks on Main South. This is about our neighborhood. We've lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years. I know many faces in this area have lived in the neighborhood, grown up in the neighborhood, and we just can't pull Main Street out of the neighborhood because what affects Main Street affects the entire neighborhood. If there's a massive structure at the corner of Park and Main, the sight lines will be seen all throughout the neighborhood from Eagle to Lorne to Davis to Prospect. It will dominate the neighborhood, which I think would be unfortunate. We have our beautiful heritage homes with their big verandas and big spreading maples on the streets, and we're very proud of the whole neighborhood. And, you know, wars have been fought by people over their homes if they feel they're endangered or they're being threatened. And I've experienced some of those feelings lately, personally. We don't need high density on Main Street. We have low density and have for some time. And thanks to the town's mandate to density, 4 developments are underway on major arteries in Newmarket, which will produce condos and apartments numbering from 800 to 1,000 units. I understand that many developers are visiting the counter and the planning department on a daily basis, checking out the possibilities available in Newmarket. not too long ago, and I made a recent call to Unionville BIA to ask them about their development policies. How did it go? What are they doing? They seem to have the success recipe down there. They have kept their density on the major arteries around them, and they've concentrated on developing the marketability and beauty of the street, plus providing hundreds of parking spots. They strive to be a destination, which I think is what Main Street is also. Main Street's a destination. Main Street was, is, and will continue to be the hub of Newmarket. Main South, our precious 4 blocks that we're talking about here tonight, is a 5-minute drive from every resident, condo, and apartment in the town. So we will benefit directly from all the new condos and apartments that are being erected as we speak, and many more to come. This council has the heavy mandate of having to produce density, I guess, due to Viva, and you're all experts on this, I'm not, but we know they're coming and it's inevitable. And they're really minutes away from Main Street. We don't need to have density located within the street, throwing off the balance of the neighborhood in the street. What we need is more parking. We're desperate for parking. We love the Riverwalk Common. We appreciate all the efforts that have been made on our behalf. But unfortunately, our parking inventory has not kept up with the growing population of Newmarket. It's about the same as it was 40 years ago when my husband and I moved to Newmarket.
I have you at 4 minutes.
It's got to continue to grow and expand. Unfortunately, lately, we have seen something happening on Main Street that I'm just going to mention it briefly. I'm not going to dwell on it, but when the demolition on Main Street started a couple of years ago when Mr. Forrest gave his, I'm not just sure of the procedure of how it worked, but gave 5 merchants their notice, and we've watched those little buildings fall apart. I've called regarding the bylaws enforcement officer asking to have those buildings tidied up, but it hasn't happened yet. And when I interview people for apartments or commercial space in my building, a couple of times it's happened to me, and now I understand what it's all about. People saying, well, you're asking a pretty healthy rent for your space, Ann, and I was a little put back, and I said, well, why would you say that? And they said, because this is a depressed area. I said, really?
Thank you.
Why would you say that?
Thank you, Mrs. Martin. Thank you. You could leave your notes, or you could provide some additional comments to the clerk's office if you wish. You're welcome to do so. Our next deputation then is Lisa Heckbert on behalf of Ron Ebel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for allowing me to try and impersonate Ron Ebel. It's a difficult task, but I'll give it my best shot. So, point 1, he says it's all about trucks. Every day now during his commute into Markham, he looks to the left and the right, and all he sees is construction. Major roads are being widened and strengthened to handle constantly heavier traffic. Construction is not being shoehorned onto side streets or thin, narrow, brittle roads from days gone by, but places that still have shoulders to grow on. And even then, the gridlock that ensues even on off-peak times is nuts. Main Street cannot handle such, nor should it. I think on now already how many times I see and hear people grumble and complain about the lack of parking on Main Street as it is now, just to visit the tasty restaurants and unique shops. Now imagine this. Trucks, dump trucks, big, wide, diesel-fueled dump trucks all lined up in a row like elephants waiting in line to take a drink at the watering hole. Only here it's going to be a 2, if not 3-story deep hole ripped into the fragile ground that runs just aside Main Street. Now, while these dump trucks wait, they do 2 things. They take up a massive amount of space, and this is a question he's directing at both the town and the developer. Where exactly will this line of trucks start? And also, as much as we are pushing to be constantly better at keeping things green, the other thing these rows of trucks do is they keep their engines idling. I don't know about you, but nothing gets me going in the morning or lunch or afternoon than the rattling sound of heavy engines and the smell of diesel permeating everything. That will not add to the ambiance of Main Street. Now, the last time I checked, trucks drive onto a site in single file. They pick up a load and then drive off. They do not turn around. My next question is, once the trucks do get loaded up with our history, where will they drive off to? Will they drive up Botsford or Park or both? Or are they lining up on either of those and then driving down and away on Main Street itself? And add to this question, are the roads strong enough to support the near constant loads these heavy trucks will hammer down those streets for weeks and months? Dust, noise, and odor pollution aside for a moment, as they all are themselves are concerns for that neighborhood, think what happened to all the unfortunate people and merchants on Davis Drive for years, filling summer after summer with dust and noise and danger. Will there be any commitments or guarantees or insurance in place to compensate the town and or repair the roads and infrastructure? And for that matter, the people who live in the area, how will they be compensated for wear and tear and structural cracking, et cetera, onto their properties? As to the entire neighborhood is shaken up by the disgorging of this rental housing construct. Now, as for the giant hole itself, here is my next question. A big hole needs big gear, big excavators, and even possibly a crane. And from what I see, such equipment and supplies are stored on site or nearby in a yard itself. Viva has such a yard across the street from where Ron works, and even now Highway 7, it's still being used almost 2 years after the long stretch has been completed. So where exactly are these things going to be stored? I figured that for the initial breaking of the ground and longer, roads will need to be blocked off. Are there plans in place already to show people how these areas are going to be bypassed and how the people on those streets are going to have access into their homes? Getting in and out of Main Street is and can be slow, and how much slower and more difficult will it get, and for how long if this plan is allowed to move forward? And all of the above is just to dig the hole for this thing. And this does not include all the traffic and chaos on those narrow roads.
I have you at 4 minutes.
Yes,
now.
thank
Please wrap
you.
up.
When they start to laying the foundations. I, like so many people in this room, I think on both sides of this issue, love Main Street. But unlike some people, I have no vested interest in Main Street. I neither live near it or own property on it. I am literally as unaffected as possible as to what happens on Main Street, as I can simply avoid it if it gets to the point that the joy of visiting is lost on me. Main Street is all about Newmarket's heritage. It should not be cheapened with a massive growth of a vastly oversized rental tenement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputant then is Mr. Glenn Wilson. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you. Ron built that. That's quite an achievement. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Committee staff. For the benefit of tonight's audience and watchers, let me introduce myself. My name is Glenn Wilson. I am the current chair of the Main Street BIA. I also live and own a retail shop on Main Street. I would like to remind Council tonight of the BIA's motion from December 15th last year. Our board has been made aware that some, including possibly some from Council, are not fully clear on what the position of the BIA is with regard to the clock tower development. So allow me to restate it. The BIA resolved that it would not support the clock tower development as presented in its current application. But that's not to say that the BIA doesn't support development for these sensitive heritage properties. In fact, the BIA does support development that respects the existing height and density bylaws and follows the spirit of the Heritage District Plan, the plan which regulates development for every other Main Street property within our area, with the current exception of the Forest Group's land. Naturally, the BIA does not support the gifting, sale, lease, or transfer of any town-owned property from the Market Square, as this would only serve to facilitate a larger development outside of what we could support. In addition, such an offer of land and the resulting larger development would increase the intensity and length of disruption from the excavation required to build the foundations and the parking. We know construction from any development will cause disruption, but To the best of our abilities, we, the BIA, are trying to mitigate the impact this will have on our members. I've heard various scenarios and opinions about what the street could realistically expect from this impact to be, in addition to some who extol a utopian-like pedestrian traffic and financial rebound which would follow. I don't know. Since I and members of council are not qualified to assess the kind of financial impact this development would possibly have for our area, I would like to ask council to commission an independent outside report that would consider the short-term and long-term issues as its main focus. In closing, I would like to again remind council of my passionate affection for our heritage street. I recently joined the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, and I participated in the signing of the online petition at www.savemainstreet.ca. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next deputant is Olga Pavia.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors and staff. My name is Olga Paeva. I'm a Main Street resident, business and property owner for the past 10 years. I bought this property as our new home and a place to grow our business, a future for our family. I do have concerns about the size of this development and the other large projects that will follow, destroying the much desired quaint feeling that our downtown heritage district exudes. People are drawn to Newmarket's authentic historic buildings situated on a quaint street, which is only a short 4 blocks in the downtown core. Main Street is becoming a go-to place for its unique shops. There is a fine reputation growing in this district, and it has been built around our heritage. We have a variety of excellent restaurants, unique little shops, services, and recreation facilities that continue to attract visitors from near and far. Residents and visitors alike enjoy the downtown area. Most everything is available and is a nice walk for moms, dads, and kids alike. The library is a major resource for individuals and families offering numerous programs. Of course, this will all be gone with the commencement of a project of this magnitude, and what will follow? The relocation of the library to some obscure place like Davis Drive, no longer a short, safe walk for people. We moved here following the initial revitalization of downtown Maine. We purchased a badly run-down building and have spent a lot of money cleaning it up. We were initially surrounded by many small stores that were forced out of business as they never recovered. They have slowly been replaced by new entrepreneurs and new dreams. Are we now going to be at risk of losing them too? The lack of parking has been an ongoing issue for decades and has not been remedied. Uncontrolled construction will only heighten the difficulties we face. The film industry has made use of many areas within our heritage district, and this in turn has brought much new revenue and notoriety to us. Should we allow a massive construction twice the allowable and regulated density, I am certain the film industry would discontinue using Main Street as a backdrop for productions, creating further economic loss to our businesses. I'm also very concerned that the existing infrastructure on Main Street cannot support the strain this proposed development would place on it. Surely, no responsible parent will bring their children anywhere near the downtown district while the air is polluted with dust and fumes. The constant noise will most certainly deter would-be shoppers and restaurant goers from visiting during regular daytime business hours. I urge Council to consider the impact this massive development will have on the town's present infrastructure, and I would ask Council to commission a detailed report to assess what upgrades are required to various water, sewage, and all other needs to support a project of this magnitude. Also, I ask Council to commission a report that provides accurate estimates of construction times and disruptions to Main Street and the parking facilities during the various phases of any construction at the clock tower site. We don't need any after-the-fact surprises once the construction commences. I will close by saying that I do support responsible development and have signed the online petition at www.savemainstreet.ca. I do believe that Council should do the responsible thing and support...
I have you at 4 minutes.
Thank you. I do believe that Council should do the responsible thing and support their own bylaws and reject this proposal as it is too large for our delicate and most cherished historic district. This Council has described Mr. Forrest as a visionary. In my opinion, Mr. Forrest is an opportunist. Olga Paeva, member of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, and I thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputant is James Ton and Molly Coles-Ton.
I'm not James Ton. My name's Molly Coles-Ton, and I'm reading this on behalf of my husband, who's out of the country tonight. The Newmark Specialty Lofts on Timothy Street is a great example of a beautifully redeveloped historic landmark in the downtown area. That developer, in accordance with the impartial town council, were able to preserve and showcase Newmarket's heritage, keep within 3 stories, and easily win the favor of the downtown neighborhood and broader Newmarket. I personally bought one of the Newmarket Specialty Lofts. In fact, I spent 3 years on their board of directors as treasurer. That's my husband, but I bought it with him. Mr. Forrest, I am your ideal client. I am your ideal advocate. However, this deputation is in stark protest against what you're including to do with the help of the council. If you can work within Newmarket's official plan, then you will have broad public support. If you can respect and obey the heritage bylaw, not just the letter of the law, but the spirit and the intent of the law, then you will have broad public support. Your project will fail if you cannot build support from all key stakeholders. So I urge you to make some tough business decisions for the public good that will dramatically increase the likelihood of your project being a success by gaining broad public support. The reason I am a strong advocate of the SaveMainStreet.ca, the reason I have signed the Stop the Swatch petition and have collected many signatures from residents in all wards in Newmarket, is because I believe council is fumbling this decision. Until this decision, I've had full confidence in the council, and I'm very proud of the hard work that has been accomplished over the last few terms. But when I see a problem, I like to be part of the solution. I've spent 10 years of my career defending the public interest, including construction and development projects. I've worked closely with municipal, provincial, and federal governments on a wide range of projects, from small, helping Town of Richmond Hill retain an integrity commissioner, to my role as procurement manager at Waterfront Toronto, working on the $120 million Bayside community development. I'm a specialist in public-private partnerships, also known as P3s, and have held the role of fairness advisor for the $2 billion light rail transit project in Waterloo and the $4 billion Fort McMurray electrical transmission project. I understand the complexity and political sensitivity of balancing public and private interests and creating win-win partnerships. So from my experience, I have 2 recommendations for council. 1, to utilize the town's integrity commissioner to ensure this project's integrity is protected. Every council member is recommended to report to the integrity commissioner the depth and scope of personal and professional relationship they have with the private companies involved in this development, any promises they have made with other council members regarding the decision on this issue, and the integrity commissioner is recommended to make decisions as to if there are any members of council who should refrain from voting on this issue, if determined that they have perceived potential or obvious conflict of interest that cause significant public concern, why any council member is deciding to refrain from voting on this matter or not, including their rationale for their neglect to address this public matter on behalf of the public they represent. As to why requests for information under the Freedom of Information Act have been declined by the town, and to have the town's procurement department advise council and all staff involved with this project regarding the town's procurement bylaw, as well as Ontario's broader public sector procurement directive.
I have you at 4 minutes.
Thank you. In order to help navigate this decision and all subsequent value transactions, including sale or swap of public land, in a fair, open, and transparent manner. My closing remarks: I love Main Street, as many of you do. Downtown Newmarket is what makes Newmarket well beyond the ordinary. I once heard of an autopsy report that read, "The surgery was a success, but the patient died." Major underground construction has the potential to kill Main Street's momentum. 3 to 5 years of major construction could disrupt or displace many of the local businesses that I love. Please show this manor the time, attention, and public input it deserves, as you have very faithfully for other projects and issues. I want to remain proud of my elected officials and town staff for transforming Newmarket into the place we call home.
Thank you. Thank you. The next presenter is Jackie Plater.
Hi, Jackie Plater. I'd like to thank council and the mayor and staff for the opportunity to speak tonight concerning the clock tower in development. I'm definitely in favor of the development for many reasons. The revitalization of Main Street has been a community priority for over 10 years. We have invested millions of dollars on the revitalization of Main Street, and it is working. I feel intensification is the next step. Were we not hoping that people would want to invest in our downtown area, to redevelop some of the buildings that have been run down and neglected and dilapidated? It has always been understood that to be sustainable, Main Street needs more people to live on the street and to patronize the businesses. Intensification is needed for long-term revitalization. After talking to many of my friends and local people, as well as Main Street merchants, I have come to the conclusion that Main Street is the preferred area for many people looking to downsize and stay in our community. There is nothing available for these people at this moment. Do you remember how quickly the office specialty loft sold, and they are still in great demand today? I believe that there is a small, very vocal group that is opposed to the development of the clock tower. Most of the same people were opposed to the Riverwalk Commons, and yet today they sing the praises of the Riverwalk Commons. If the project is done correctly, it can be a wonderful addition to our heritage district. There are many ways to blend the old with the new. Main Street is beautiful, and I love it dearly. I have worked hard over the last 35 years to revitalize the street and to make people aware of Main Street and its history. I am a member and past president of the Newmarket Historical Society. I am chairman of the Elman Campbell Museum, and I have sat on the board for 22 years. I am chair of the Newmarket Downtown Development Committee, and I'm a board member and past chair of the BIA. So I do know and care about the history and the well-being of our street. And I do know how important Main Street is to our community. Yes, we have made a lot of progress in the last 10 years, but the Clock Tower project is a significant opportunity to provide the type of housing that so many people have been looking for. Don't we want downtown Newmarket to be a vibrant, active place with options for everyone? This project provides many benefits for the overall community of Newmarket, and I feel that intensification is the next step in our revitalization plans for our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputant is Mr. Gordon Prentice. Order, please.
Mr. Mayor, Gordon Prentice, I'm president of the newly formed Newmarket branch of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. Now, listening to Jackie, I think, who's been around a while, I think I'm the new kid on the block here. I've been living in Newmarket for about 5 years, And when I came here and I visited Main Street for the first time, I thought, this is something special. This is a terrific Main Street. And I still believe that. But I think it's in great danger of being destroyed. I was looking at some back papers produced by the planning staff in August 2013. May have been Mr. Nethery of one of his staff. It said this: for its topography and scenic views, Lower Main Street South is unsurpassed. Unsurpassed. Now, if this goes ahead, the scenic views and the panoramas are going to be completely wrecked. There are people here who think that this project is just the right kind of intensification that Main Street needs. I think it would be a kiss of death for Main Street if this were to be built. And Mr. Forrest said in his presentation, he said, his building, quotes, will frame the clock tower, not dwarf it. I felt like bursting out laughing. I mean, anyone looking at this...
Mr. Prentice, if you'd stick to the merits of the project, please.
Anyone looking at this would realize its mass and its scale is not appropriate for the downtown heritage conservation area. It just doesn't fit in. It sticks out like a sore thumb. We've heard from Margaret Davis. Hope she doesn't mind me saying this. 94 years old, absolutely terrific. Lived here for over 70 years. She referred to the construction period. Businesses will be going to the wall. You can't build this in 8 months or 18 months. It's going to be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years with all these dumper trucks that people have been talking about. Market Square turned into a moonscape with a gigantic crater as the developer builds his underground garage with land that the town owns. The businesses are against this. We heard from Glenn Wilson. The BIA is against. The Heritage Advisory Committee, they're the people who think about this kind of stuff all the time. Athol Hart told you that his committee is adamantly against, not just against, his committee is adamantly against this monstrosity. And if councillors approve this monstrosity, you will be doing backwards somersaults. You'll be ripping up your zoning bylaw. You will be disregarding the Heritage Conservation District bylaw that you signed, Mr. Mayor, 2.5 years ago. There is a 3-storey maximum, and that 3-storey maximum has somehow morphed into a 7-storey. And Mr. Forrest is saying, well, that's okay, because you've already got 6 round the corner. Maybe I can get 7. It is way, way too dense. We heard from Siegfried Wall at the beginning of this meeting, and he showed you just how much the developer is trying to screw from you. The density is way beyond anything envisaged in the bylaw. Now, I'll finish on this, if I've got time. Parking. In 2014, in February 2014, I remember Councillor Vey talking about parking, and Councillor Kerwin did as well, but Councillor Vey, he said...
I have you at 4 minutes.
He said, thank you. He said that what the developer had come up with was comical. Stayed in my mind that, comical. And in the intervening period, the situation still hasn't got any better. The town's engineers say there's a shortfall of 90 parking spaces. Tonight, we don't know how that parking shortfall is going to be met. And I'll finish on this. This can only go ahead, this monstrous proposal can only go ahead if the town makes its own land available to Mr. Forrest for his speculative development. And you shouldn't be doing that.
Thank you. Our next, order please, order. Thank you. Our next deputant is Mr. John Heckbert. Mr. Heckbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lots of passion on this issue, as I would expect anything to involve Heritage Main Street would do. I'm going to focus on a couple of different things. Number one, why rental and why now? And I understand that the issue around rental is primarily to address the need for affordable housing. We've all witnessed the huge prices, huge surges in house prices, the demand for condo development down in the city and its move upwards as well. And that will continue to exist until we bring more jobs into town. If people are working, they can afford to buy a house. But that issue is an issue for a different day. Done some research. There are 6 purpose-built rental projects currently underway in the GTA right now. One is in the city of Toronto. It's to replace a 100-year-old building that has been destroyed by fire. There's one underway in Markham, and there are now 4 in Newmarket. What is so special about Newmarket that we warrant 4 rental buildings? Newmarket has suffered long from a history of being the last stop on the tracks. Is this an opportunity for a developer to continue to treat us in like we're the last stop? Last stop's now Barrie. So why here? Why not condos? We talk about the type of people we're trying to attract into town. We're talking about attracting young professionals. Can we agree that young professionals are people in 35, 40 years of age making $60,000 a year or more? Those are the people who are more likely to own a property as opposed to rent it. Why are we talking about rental? To attract a young professional into town. That's from Stats Canada's own National Housing Survey in 2011. Yes, the one the Conservatives destroyed, but we got it back. And 28.25% of all people employed presently earn more than $60,000 a year. Again, from the Labour Force Survey in 2016. The type of people we're trying to attract, we're not even offering them the housing that they want. We talk as well about seniors and those who are in, unfortunately, my demographic, starting to move towards looking at retiring and moving into smaller homes. They don't want to live in rental apartments. They would prefer to own a condominium and have some control over their future. Lots of information here about housing, about homeowners. I could spend hours talking about this, but I don't want to because I've only got 5 minutes. But I think the bottom line boils down to that the highest people most likely to spend money on housing are those who have the money to spend it. We've had conversations with Chris Callio about household expenditures and how Canadian households spend $60,000 a year in 2014. It's a little change from 2013. Vast majority of them spending $17,000 a year on housing. But if you notice, the group most likely to spend more money on shelter are those who are owners. But it also represents a smaller part of their income. Renters spend less, but it's a bigger piece of their income. I'd rather have people who own spending money on Main Street than those who rent. Again, from Stats Canada's own survey of housing stuff. But let's talk about the impact of a rental development versus a condo. From Mike May's own information, the rental development charges should be relatively unaffected as it's based on a per unit as opposed to a ownership or a clarification. Condominium building with 195 units, based roughly at an approximate sale price of $300,000, should yield an annual return of $233,665 for the town, based on your 0.9, the town's own income tax. I haven't included the school board and the regional taxes in this at all. A rental building with 195 units, billing out at the market rent of $1,750 per month, generating a profit of $350 per month, using a 7% cap rate, will set the value of the building at $11.7 million and generate $45,744 in tax revenue. Again, I'm not a tax expert. I'm just basing it on what I understand about the housing market. But that boils down to a difference of $177,000 annually.
Past the 4 minutes.
Thank you. That works out to a 0.25% tax increase. This town struggles annually with trying to maintain taxes at or below 2%. Why make the job even tougher? My recommendation for this would be to convert the project into condos. It will attract the type of residents who will spend money here, the type of residents we want. It will also provide additional ongoing revenue for the town without significantly adding to its cost. It will allow the project to be scaled back a little to keep more in spirit with the Heritage Conservation District plan. And it allows the developer to take more profit despite the small
5 minutes. Thank you. If you'd like to leave the rest of your presentation,
already have
staff. Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next deputant is Jude Lozon. Is Jude here?
Councilors and town staff. My name is Jude Lozon. I'm a town resident, former Main Street property owner. I am also a member of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. It is my understanding, after reviewing the Ontario Municipal Act of 2001, that when individuals choose to run for political office within one of the 444 Ontario municipalities, they do so knowing that they would have to adhere to the rules and regulations set out under the Act, maintain a strict code of conduct in working with each other and in their representation of their constituents, obey the law, remain transparent in their municipal activities, and uphold the registered and adopted bylaws of their chosen municipal boundary. Prior to the revitalization of downtown in 2003, a comprehensive study was commissioned by the town and completed by GHK International Canada, Marks and Borough Hodson Architects Limited, and TSH Associates. This was a very specific study which covered every possible entity in the downtown revitalization and was collated into 52 pages. Upon reviewing the study, I was reminded of a statement made by you, Mr. Mayor, that some of the businesses would suffer or perhaps have to close for the betterment of the community. Well, Mayor, your assessment was correct. 8 well-established and profitable stores, plus many more, suffered collateral damage for the betterment of our downtown heritage district. I'm sure you remember, Mayor, the dynamics of the shopkeeps for Sweet Pea in business for 8 years, Candle Courtyard in business for 10 years, Artistic Revival, Art to Space, 10 years, the Christmas Shop, a well-liked and interesting business for almost a decade, Neary's Lunchroom and Bakery, forced into early retirement after nearly 2 decades, Lemonberry, forced out but rescued by the town of Aurora, Equinaut, What's in Store, and the list goes on and on. This is the ripple effect of improper planning, gave cause to 3 destroyed marriages, 8 families torn apart, 1 death, family members left bitter enemies, forced retirement, financial despair, and yes, Mayor, bankruptcy. As a former banker, you know only too well how difficult it is to rebound from the lowest financial credit rating there is.
I'll ask you to stay to the merits of the project and your opinion with respect to what's being
All
proposed.
of this to revitalize a downtown that is still suffering, not because there is no local shoppers, because survival in our downtown comes from being marked as a destination. Unique businesses can survive if customers can get to them, and if the nasty P word that stands for parking is remedied. The parking issue was set a priority in 2003, but has not materialized despite the recommendations of that report 13 years ago. The buzz around town, if you choose to believe it, is a highly overrated project is going to be the savior of our downtown. This is nonsense, especially when speaking to many of the local businesses that have rarely been paid a visit or had any purchases made in their shops by even our council. In the absence of a short-term or long-term economic impact assessment for the Forest Group Clock Tower project, this council has chosen to overlook the pending financial travesty that could happen to some of our new restaurateurs and other local businesses. A repeat from the onset of 2003 when you were a regional councillor. Those businesses will be at great risk. Are the shops that are in close proximity to the construction and remedial corrections necessary to move a project of this mass forward? Despite various grants and interest-free loans that some of our businesses have received, some of these folks are up to their backsides in debt, working to realize their dreams and to make our community and our heritage downtown a great place to live, work, and
I
play.
have you at 4 minutes, if you could wrap up, please.
Mr. Mayor, can you better help me to understand how a project of this size and the pending destruction of our library, allowing for another excessive development, is going to better our community? Because at the end of the day, the only thing we know for sure is that you will continue to collect your salary stipends whilst leaving all the others to struggle to make sense of what is left behind. Others will leave public life and slide into plum corporate consulting positions. A pilot friend of mine and a brilliant businessman told me that there are very few assurances in the world: life, death, and taxes. And the very real fact is, ignorance can be educated, crazy can be medicated, but you can't fix stupid. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Order, please. Order. Our next deputation is Elaine Adam.
Good evening and thank you. My husband and I have lived in 3 different homes, close proximity to Main Street, and we chose these homes because we liked the ambiance. Okay, you're tearing up your own Heritage Act when you okay this development. There is nothing to prevent another developer from doing the same thing, and another 6, 7, 8, even 12-story building can appear, which was suggested by a letter writer to the Era. Currently, there are at least 2 very recent listings of properties for sale in the heritage part of Main Street. At least 1 more is waiting to see the outcome of your decision. This means not only losing popular businesses, but also job losses for their many employees. There have been at least 5 movies filmed on Main Street. An East Gwillimbury developer has advertised their homes as minutes from historic downtown Newmarket. You have erected a new sign at Main and Davis, the entrance to historic Newmarket. There is an identity that far exceeds the 4 blocks under discussion. Catherine Naismith, architect and president of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, has stated that small towns in Ontario thrive when their downtown cores are comprised of small buildings where the owners have their businesses there or live above. This is currently the situation in many of the buildings on Main Street. I suggest to the mayor and councillors that you attend a presentation by the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario to understand the dynamics of how small towns ensure that their main streets prosper. Do your due diligence and listen to the experts. The Clock Tower development provides for 5 650 square foot on average retail stores on the bottom floor of what will at that point be an 8-story building. This is counter to what makes a successful Main Street. I have a question for you. What are Council and Mr. Callio doing to protect those property owners and businesses that choose to remain? Or will they meet the same fate as the businesses along Davis Drive during the bus lane construction? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputant is Mr. Ted Heald. Is Mr. Heald here? Sorry. My apologies. It's Dave Partington. Sorry. Okay. So.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Dave Partington. I've lived on Timothy Street for more than 30 years, and I'm here to talk about the Clock Tower project, obviously. I'm not here to talk about the alleged vibrations caused during construction process or the flooding causing the high water tables. These are issues that are not insurmountable and will be solved by engineers with remediation plans approved, I'm sure, and overseen by the town. I'm not also here to talk about parking problems and congestion during construction. Every development, new construction, and state of good repair of existing infrastructure results in disruption in the way we live. But this is only a point in time. It does not go on forever. I know this won't be popular, but I'll also reference Davis Drive. Davis Drive is a good example. During construction, it was an absolute nightmare. Timothy Street was a one-way express route to bypass all of that. Now that the construction is complete, Davis Drive, in my opinion, looks great, especially now that trees are being planted, shrubbery is being planted as well. In 2 years from now, people will stop talking about the horror of Davis Drive and hopefully enjoy the drive. What I'm here to talk about is the support of the project. York Region is a very expensive place to live, and Newmarket is no different. If I was 33 years of age again, not certain if I'd want to be, but if I was 33 again with my wife at home with 2 children, could I afford the home I live in today? Likely not. What does the younger generation of people do today? Where do they live, and where, if they want to enjoy the same downtown benefits a lot of us enjoy? Are they relegated to living in basement apartments or above storefronts on Main? They need options. They need some diversity. And by diversity, I'm not saying about different parts of town, but also sizes of apartments. There was some comments made regarding the size of the apartments in this particular proposal down to 400 square feet. If you take a look at 400 square, that's 10 by 40, that's a nice livable space for somebody who's going to school. Thank goodness for Murphy beds. Newmarket needs to get ready for the generation following ours, in my opinion. Newmarket, in my view, is on the cusp of change. We've opened up the Viva Rapidway that links and connects GO Transit down 404 and the 400 to Yorkdale. In conjunction, Viva is connecting to Finch Subway and within 18 months to the subway in Vaughan. Metrolinx and GO Transit are soon introducing the rapid expansion rail network. This network will increase the number of two-way trains traveling between Toronto and Barrie, so both ways. And right now it's only in the morning and the evening and rush hour getting people to and from Toronto. And in the very near future, it's all day, including weekend service, which is going to be a fantastic thing, which will, at that particular point, open up Newmarket even further. So the east and west and north and south transit corridors will only make Newmarket a more appealing place to live to a generation of young people who are not married to a car. At the same time, we have a South Lake Hospital that is growing in a major medical center within the region. South Lake has partnered with York University and Venture Labs to expand development and business opportunities, and South Lake is also connected with Created Now, an incubator type of group of new ideas and technologies in the medical field. This is the kind of people, the younger generation, that we want to attract to this town. But in the end, they need an affordable place to live. The Clock Tower project affords them this opportunity. Being able to live and play in the same community where you can walk or bike to public transit to get to work is an incredibly desirable thing. I would ask Council to consider what Main Street will look like in 20 years. Will it be a generation of taxpayers who really care about 7 stories or 3 or something in between, or will they care that we save the essential elements of a building but have the tremendous place to live, play, and work? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next deputy then is Mr. Ted Heald.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, my name is Ted Heald. I'm a Newmarket resident, and I operate a retail business in the center of the downtown Main Street Heritage Conservation District. I agree with the BIA Board of Management's motion to council in which it supports responsible development of the Clock Tower site in keeping with the current 3-story height limitation for the Heritage District. It is incumbent on you, Mr. Mayor, and on each individual councillor to ensure at all times that the Clock Tower redevelopment proposal is examined without bias, on the merits, and with utmost respect for the law and the differing opinions of all Newmarket citizens. As you well know, downtown Main Street, Newmarket, is a street badly divided over this developer's proposal for the Clock Tower site, and I submit to you that this division has been promoted and fanned by the inappropriate actions of one of your fellow councillors. Throughout my career as a teacher at several inner-city schools in Toronto, I encouraged my students to stand up to bullies. I would like to briefly address the issue of an attempt to crush and discredit the legitimate opposition of the downtown Newmarket BIA's Board of Management to the Forest Group's proposal.
We're going to focus.
I was
on,
present.
We're going to focus on the proposal.
We are focusing on the proposal.
Focus on the merits.
Yes, on the
or
merits.
your approval or disapproval, or agreement or disagreement of the proposal. I won't permit you to attack any member of this council.
It's not an attack on a member of council. I'm dealing with facts, and
let's stay focused on the proposal, whether you agree or disagree, and the elements of the proposal that you either agree or disagree with.
I'm dealing, sir, with an item that is in the public interest. I have an interest. I have a duty to make this presentation. I believe I have that duty. I believe the public has. I believe the public. Sorry, excuse me, please.
If you have an issue with any member of council, there's a process that involves an integrity commissioner, etc., and that is where that issue needs to be dealt with. The purpose of this public meeting is to hear the elements and the merits of this proposal.
Thank you. Can I have my time back, please, for the The amount of time that you...
I'll
Fine.
provide
We
for
add
some
that
of
to-
that. Yes, that's
Thank you.
fine, that's fine.
Soccer
Order,
basketball
please.
game?
Order, please.
Thank you. I'm not attacking or assaulting any individual councillor here. I'm merely stating the facts, and these facts need to be heard by the public.
And the facts that we're listening to are the facts that relate to the proposal, please.
They are indeed.
Okay.
I was present at a BIA Board of Management's public meeting on Tuesday, February 16th, and witnessed Newmarket Town Council's representative on that Board of Management, Councillor Sponga, repeatedly disrupt the proceedings and hurl disrespectful and harassing insults.
Sir, I'm going to call you out of order. I'm asking you to focus on the merits of this proposal. Again, if you have an issue with the conduct of any member of this council, there's a different process here. I won't permit you to attack or to discredit any member of this council, and I will rule that out of order. So I'm asking you to focus on the merits of this proposal.
Sir, the conduct of Councillor Sponga is...
I'm sorry, sir. I've asked you twice. I'm going to rule you out of order, and I will ask that if you have any issues with respect to the conduct of any member of this council, that you pursue that either through an integrity commissioner or the ombudsman.
I wish to pursue that in public here, sir.
No, sir, that is not appropriate. That is not the process, and I won't permit it.
I wish to speak
I
to
will
this...
call you out of order.
I wish to speak
I
to
will
this
call you
group
out of
on a matter
order.
of public interest.
The public interest is served by different processes, and it respects the rights of members of this council as it does anyone else. And so to be fair to all members involved in any dispute, there's a different process, sir.
Then this issue will be dealt with through rumor and rumors spreading on the streets.
That's fine. If you want to deal with that issue through the appropriate channels, I'd encourage you to do so.
I'd ask you once more to allow me to continue. I have only a minute or two
If it
left.
references one member of council, or if it questions the character, I will rule it out of order, sir.
It does. It speaks to the
It's
character
out of
one
order.
member
You're out of
council.
order, sir. If you have a question, again, for the third time, if you have an issue with the conduct of any member of council, there are processes.
I'll finish with 4 questions. The first 3 being for Councillor Sponga. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sponga. First, Councillor Sponga, where lies your authority to continually misrepresent the
You're out of order. You're out of order,
official
sir.
position
You are
of
out
the
of order,
BIA
sir. I'm sorry,
Board of
sir. You're out of
Management
order. I will
on the
not
matter of
permit
the
this.
forest
Let's turn
groups?
off the mic. You're out of order, sir. You are out of order, sir. I will not permit you to ask those questions. I will give you an opportunity to leave this room, and I will ask you to leave this room. It's time for us to recess, and I'll ask that we make arrangements to have this gentleman removed from this room. So we'll recess for 15 minutes. It's your choice. You can leave, or we have to recess. That's fine. There's an appropriate process, and you're entitled to do that. But this is not, I'm sorry, you two are out of order, Mr. Wall. Thank you. Our next deputant is Mr. Ted Bomers.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor.
Bowles?
Hopefully, my presentation is less eventful.
Thank you.
I've provided my comments to the planner and also to the reception desk previously, so if you'd like to look at that, please go ahead. Since the early 80s, there have been several developments in the Newmarket downtown area. The majority of these have been townhomes. This has added a total of 213 housing units. They are the Robinson Place, 60 townhomes. 96 Main Street, 11 attached/townhomes. 3, the old Salvation Army building on Timothy Street, 7 townhomes. 4, the old Newmarket High School, Barrington, 79 townhomes. 5, office specialty building, 56 apartments. During the same time, the following businesses have left the Newmarket downtown area: the TD Bank, Bank of Nova Scotia, Loblaws, Newmarket Theatre, the bakery, the town Newmarket offices, the post office, Newmarket Hydro, and several other smaller retail stores. The question I have is, why have these downtown merchants not benefited from the additional housing developments in the Newmarket downtown area? And how will 165 rental apartment units, mainly one-bedrooms, save the town merchants if 213 housing units with multiple bedrooms have not significantly helped to revitalize the downtown businesses? I've looked at the proposal, Mr. Mayor, and I cannot say that I'm for it or against it, but I have a lot more questions that I'd like to pose to Town Council. What detailed changes are proposed to the exterior of the existing clock tower? What is the existing maximum height of buildings on Main Street? What is the total height of the proposed clock tower redevelopment? According to the Ontario Planning Act, the town has the power to set minimum and maximum heights and density. Has the town implemented any height bylaws? If not, why not? During the construction of the clock tower redevelopment, what public areas will be closed to the public? For the clock tower redevelopment plan to continue as it is, it requires the town to sell or give right of use to town-owned land. What is the proposed sale price? How will the town maximize that sale price? And will this be a public sale open to any bidder? The clock tower redevelopment will create disruption to existing businesses, as previously has been stated with the Davis Drive redevelopment. How will the existing merchants be compensated by either the town or the developer? As part of this redevelopment plan, will a plan be developed before site plan is approved to revitalize Main Street and its existing businesses after construction is completed? Also, will the downtown merchants be part of this revitalization plan? Will the town insist that the exterior of the new build, be the same, i.e. the red bricks, as the existing and remaining clock tower? According to the site plan, 3 commercial establishments will be built along Main Street. Where are the 2 other commercial units located? And is an average of 653 square feet per unit, 12 feet by 55 feet, a viable commercial unit?
I have you at 4 minutes.
The drawings are not to scale, as stated in the plans. How can the town and interested citizens make an informed decision on the viability and impact of this project on the historic downtown area? Is the town interested in imposing financial penalties if there's a delay in the completion of this project as per the finalized site plan? When was the amended proposal of the clock tower redevelopment officially filed with the town? What is the date the town has to approve or disapprove the development submission? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the time you've given me.
Thank you. And you've also submitted most of that information earlier, and so we'll ensure that staff
Yes,
makes
everybody
a
has
response
it.
to that. Okay,
My
thank you very much.
councillor has it also.
Thank you. Our next deputant is Joan Wright. Is Joan Wright here? Okay, thank you.
This is the last place I wanted to be ever. But I felt it was very important for me to be here because I am the retailer you guys want. I have been on the street for 10 years. I got turfed out by Mr. Forrest. I came back again. I am here to say, you want me, you want my clients, you want to keep me. And I'm asking you, with this development, how are you going to do that? I am in 198 now, despite the fact that you didn't know where I was. I want to stay on this street. I want to make it viable. I have been here for 10 years, working my backside, putting all of my resources into this area to bring it back to life. And what have I gotten in return? I've gotten bullied. I've gotten turfed out. I've gotten put to the wall financially. And yet still I am here asking you, begging you, scale this development back. It's not that we can't have development on Main Street. We just don't need 7 stories, Mr. Forrest. 3 stories. Be honest. Maybe 4 if you really, really, really want to push it.
Please
But-
address council.
But the rest of us on Main Street don't need that construction, because once it starts, you're going to lose 5 more businesses. You already lost 6. Do you need to lose retailers who want to be desperately on your street? Because when I go, I'm not coming back to Newmarket. When I first came 10 years ago, everybody said to me, don't go on Main Street. Don't put your money in Newmarket. They don't like entrepreneurs. I said, no, they do. They'll support me. Mr. Sponja, Councillor Sponja was amazing. He helped us get established. He helped put the context of Main Street together for us. We chose to put our trust in Newmarket, in Old Main Street, because it was quirky, because it was a little bit different. We were quirky, we were a little bit different. Clock Tower development has the potential to be such, but it isn't now. The way it's being presented is taking something from downtown Toronto and plunking it in a very, very special, delicate area, and it does nothing to help us, and it does everything to defeat us. And what you're doing is taking businesses that have established themselves despite all of the economical upheaval in the last years and putting us to the wall and saying, you know what, we don't care about you. You're proving the naysayers wrong. 10 years ago, you're proving them right now. I want to be here. I have fought to be here. I have given everything I own to be here on Main Street. Yet you're putting a development in that will push me out. Why? Why are his profits more important than mine? Why are his development plans more important than mine? Why are our businesses less important than his development? I would like to know why. Scale it back, you'll support us. You keep it this intense, we're defeated. There's nothing left for us. Think about it before you put us to the street again.
Thank you. Next deputy, Mr. Athol Hart.
Council, the last time I was before you at the last Committee of the Whole, I spoke from my heart on my own behalf. Tonight I'm here to read into the public domain the minute passed by Heritage Newmarket related to this proposal. Whereas the proposed building does not comply with the Town of Newmarket's official plan for Main Street, which limits building heights to 3 stories, and whereas the proposed building does not comply with the development plan for the Heritage Conservation District, and whereas the proposed underground parking consists of 3 levels, and there is underground watercourse beneath or adjacent to the proposed development and surrounding buildings, resulting in the need for the installation of waterproofing and structural pylons, and therefore the construction of the proposed development may cause a change in the natural underground watercourse and may cause damage to other buildings in the Heritage Conservation District. And whereas many of the buildings in the surrounding area are built on rubble stone foundations, extensive excavations and construction may result in ancillary damage to other parts of those buildings. And whereas currently Park Avenue is a narrow street which is frequently blocked with vehicular traffic, and the proposed main entrance and exit for the underground parking garage, together with the loading dock, will add to an already stressed situation on Park Avenue, considering that the Trinity United Church, which is across the street, also has handicapped parking and access onto Park Avenue opposite or in close vicinity to the underground garage entrance and exit and the loading dock, and therefore concerns arise regarding adequate turning radius and potential risks for moving vans and delivery trucks. And whereas the proposed construction requires a land swap between the owner and the town of Newmarket in order that it has the required number of parking spaces, and whereas, according to the building proposal submission, the facades of buildings at 184, 188, 190, and 194 Main Street south of the former post office have not been preserved in accordance with the Ontario Heritage Act, and whereas the streetscape and shadow study provided do not realistically show the potential impact on surrounding buildings such as the Trinity United Church, where the stained glass windows are worthy of protection, and businesses on the east side of Main Street where front windows may also be impacted. And whereas the construction of this development may have a long-term effect on public parking, which may negatively impact the local merchants' ability to carry on business for an extended period of time, and whereas the likelihood of precedent-setting examples exist with this proposed rezoning application. Therefore, we, the members of the Heritage Newmarket Advisory Committee, adamantly recommend that the Council of the Town of Newmarket reject this proposal.
Thank you. Our next deputant then is Mr. Malcolm Watts. We're coming around to about 9 o'clock. I know that there is, for those people, if you just for a second there, Malcolm, I know there's people that may have taken a bus from downtown to here. There is one bus that's going back downtown, but there will be also another bus that will be going after the meeting. So. And I see here that we have maybe 3 more deputants. So rather than taking a break, let's hear the deputants, and maybe we can wrap up the meeting. Okay. So let's hear from Mr. Watts, and then we have Mr. Alderson, and then Daniel Ness.
Hello. Yeah, it's
Mr.
Malcolm Watts. I'm on the Heritage Committee for the town, and I appreciate the fact council has appointed me to that position, and the town and the town's heritage means a great deal to us. I'm going to address myself to the fact that the marketplace, the market square, with the attendant heritage buildings around it, has a particular character of its own that is very important. If you stand in any corner of the market square, basically you can see any of the heritage buildings. And what you will see is that if the construction of the clock tower rental buildings goes ahead, these will be sight lines that will no longer exist. Okay, so so here's the view from Park Avenue. You see our lovely town hall. You will not see that. That will be obscured by almost completely by the building, with the exception of part of the tower at the top. Here, the United Church. This is looking north through the market square, and we do see a significant and lovely portion of the United Church. And the windows there. Mr. Forrest pointed out that, you know, their development would allow us to see like 1.5 meters of the steeple of the Christian Baptist Church. I would suggest that I would like to see all of the, you know, this. I would like to see the United Church, the view maintained there, and also the line of sight here. With regard to lighting through the stained glass windows into the interior of the church will be blocked, and this will, you know, this will affect the ambiance of that church community. This view is basically from the standing near the library, and you get a lovely view of the church here. This view will be obliterated by the project. Here's standing again on Park Avenue, looking toward the southeast portion of the Market Square. And while a lot of people might think these are just storefronts, you know, the backs of the old stores and stuff, personally I find that kind of charming, and I like the thought that, you know, there used to be all kinds of activity going on here, including a livery stable and so on and so forth. And this view would be obliterated. You would not see those. You would not see those store backs. Here's our lovely library and a piece of the old railway station here. This view also would be seriously affected. We would not see the railway station at all. We would only see the library basically from the perspective of looking from across Park Avenue where the church is. This is looking from Railway Place, looking north. And again, we can see the church pretty well. We can. It's a lovely view. From any corner of the Market Square, we see nice things, nice buildings.
I have you at 4 minutes now.
Pardon?
I have you at 4 minutes now.
I'm
If you
almost
could wrap
done.
up, please.
Mr. Mayor, almost
Thank
done.
you.
So the Market Square is currently a visual focal point and meeting place in the heart of the Heritage District. The charming overview of the square from all corners, bordered by heritage buildings and the library, would be lost. Heritage buildings visible on boundaries of the square lend character and visual interest to Market Square, and they define the space. Sightlines of the Clock Tower, Town Hall, United Church, Main Street buildings surrounding the square would be seriously diminished or ruined. Natural sunlight would be an issue with regard to the United Church. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next deputant is Terry Alderson.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, and citizens of Newmarket, my name is Terry Alderson, and I have lived in Newmarket all my life. I'm an accountant and an economist by profession. I have been employed in both Newmarket and Toronto, and in the past I have worked in one of the old buildings on Main Street, just south of the proposed redevelopment. I have also owned and lived in one of the old houses on Botsford Street, not too far from downtown. I'm a life member of the Newmarket Historical Society, previously serving on its board of directors, and I'm currently the appointed historian of the Masonic Lodge, which for the first 100 years of its 159-year existence rented premises in several of the old buildings on Main Street. I've written about these buildings for our history books, which are in the library and in the Campbell Museum. I'm in favor of the proposed development, but I'm proposing a somewhat different structure. Main Street, Newmarket, has constantly been in the process of reinventing itself, sometimes through the intentional efforts of entrepreneurs, and sometimes as the result of devastating fires. This is progress. However, since the 1980s, there has been a constant decline in the downtown area, and until recently, several vacancies. If you read the book on demographics, Boom, Bust, Echo by York University professor David Foote, this movement was predictable, as is Main Street's current revival, led by the efforts of the Main Street District Business Improvement Area Committee, which has encouraged the property developers to make improvements to their buildings. Newmarket, and particularly the downtown core, needs rental housing, especially for seniors that wish to downsize by selling their homes elsewhere in Newmarket and move downtown to take advantage of its library, churches, restaurants, and public parks, all without having to drive their cars to these facilities. In downsizing in later years, they may decide to rent an apartment rather than buy a condominium, possibly to save on the future real estate fees on the eventual sale of that second home. The buildings south of the post office will have to be demolished in any event, as they are structurally unstable. Considering the mixed use of the proposed new development, it is my personal belief that the project's ground floor could house shops and the second and third floor above badly needed office spaces, with the apartments above this placed in the southwest corner on a setback podium. This mixed use is a very common practice in Europe, as it gives some measure of economic stability to the property owner. It must be acknowledged that any development must have enough rental units to make the project financially viable for its investors. Also, the property tax assessments on the development will only improve the town's economic base. Newmarket already has some taller buildings in its downtown core, experienced by the seniors' buildings on Water and Timothy Streets. The main objection to the proposed development has been directed to its height. However, instead of being restricted to its currently proposed 7 stories, it should be allowed to go even higher, up to 12 stories. Not only would this allow for larger setbacks from all sides...
I'm sorry, just nobody else interrupted any other speakers, and I'd like you to treat the differences of opinions with the respect that you were given when you spoke.
Thank you. However, instead of being restricted to its currently proposed 7 stories, it should be allowed to go even higher, up to 12 stories. Not only would this allow for larger setbacks from all sides on the podium, which could possibly be a green space platform, but would allow for wider units with less depth, greater increasing the exterior window space for each rental unit, and the accompanying greater sunlight penetration for the better enjoyment of its tenants. The narrower overall depth profile of the 4th to 12th floors and the greater setback, if placed on the southwest corner of the podium, would prohibit the midday sun from casting shadows on the church to the north side of Park Avenue. The greater height would also allow for fewer apartments on each floor. The objection to the increased traffic is mutable, as increased traffic is desirable from a business point of view. Potential road congestion on Park Avenue could be alleviated by making it a one-way street westbound with the automobile egress into the development by a single ramp or door. The egress out of the development could be made out of the south side of the development and by lane to Botsford Street eastbound. As for the additional need of parking, perhaps it's time to consider the construction of a parking garage on the town-owned property north of the Riverwalk Common. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more deputation listed, and that's Daniel Ness, is it?
Council. I'm fairly new to Newmarket. I've been here for about 7 months, and I opened a business on Main Street. And I just have to say one thing about Newmarket. The people here are the most friendliest people that I've met, you know, from Ontario, from Toronto, anywhere. Everyone seems to be so nice and so polite. And to see a controversy like this in that little neighborhood, you know, it really tears me apart. But I own one of the businesses, and I don't own the building. But I have spent in excess of $100,000 in renovating it, and I really enjoy the downtown part of Newmarket. And I don't see this huge building going into that spot and creating the havoc in the construction and the traffic and road closures could help me. You know, I have a special needs daughter, and I work hard. I work from 7 till 7 at night right now because it's a new business. And we're trying to put enough money away for her, and, you know, when we pass away. So I don't want to be in jeopardy of going bankrupt because of this project. So I would like to know what would happen to the small business owners and what type of compensation that we would get if this project was approved. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there so to summarize, and I know that staff has been making notes on the issues that have been made. The good news is that with technology, we've been able to stream this, and this is all being recorded, so that will give us an opportunity to identify the issues that have been raised. In summary, the issues that I've heard, but not in. Oh, is it? I haven't seen. Oh, Mr. Howie. Okay, it just go ahead, please.
Basically, Council and John.
Have a chair, please. And we permit up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
What? Maybe you don't know my background, but I have a tremendous background in inventions and so on. But what I'm just seeing here, I'm seeing like blinders. People have blinders on. And we need to have development in downtown Newmarket. There's no question about it. But if a developer's going to come in here and think that he can blindfold me and fly me around and 5 years from now land me beside this, I'll tell him I think I'm in Mississauga. It doesn't look like a downtown old-style building. And I think that you people should put this on the back burner and do some more work on it. And that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So there are a number of items that I've heard, and it's certainly not a detailed listing, but there are concerns that have been identified with respect to the Heritage District, the Heritage Impact, and the bylaw that's been established. I've heard concerns about density, scale, and mass. I've heard concerns about parking, traffic, a construction management plan. I've heard concerns about, or requests about compensation for the merchants and what the financial impact would be. I've heard a question as to whether or not the infrastructure is sufficient to accommodate this. There's some discussion about should it be rental, should it be condos. And council was encouraged to undertake their due diligence and seek out the advice of experts. There's concern about disruption, we heard about sight lines, and a number of other things, and certainly I haven't captured them all. But the good news is that we've been able to, our staff has been taking notes as we've been going along, and we'll be able to go through the streaming and make sure that we address it. So the next steps would be that staff would be tasked with a report or an opportunity to give us a report that addresses the concerns we've heard. I will invite questions or comments from members of council. I have a regional councillor in the queue. Regional councillor?
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to make a couple of brief comments. I just want to start by saying actually how incredibly proud I am to be a part of this community and this downtown community. And while this might feel tense and divided at times, what I witnessed here compared to many communities was people who were speaking with passion, with respect. They were bringing forward arguments and ideas and facts and concerns. I'll be very frank, I heard things on both sides tonight I hadn't really fully contemplated before. And the discussion was just outstanding. And people here, everyone, no matter where you stand, you can tell they care. They care about our downtown. They care about Newmarket. And everyone is doing this because they want to see Newmarket and downtown Newmarket and Main Street be as great as it can be. And I think that is outstanding. There are a couple of small exceptions occasionally, and we witness that and we see that. But I really want to say, this is something, you heard one gentleman, 7 months here, and he talked about how nice the people are. And this was an excellent discussion. I want to say one thing because I am passionate about it. Regardless of whether this development gets approved or doesn't get approved, whether it's condo or whether it's rental, I'm going to ask a question here. Please put up your hand if you've rented before in your life. Okay? So keep in mind, many people here may have children who are currently renting in the community. Many people might have parents or are seniors who are downsizing and need to rent. And let's not let this ever become about who we want in our community. When I hear somebody say, this isn't what we want, or this isn't, and I think the type of residence we want, let's not let that become the debate. Okay? There are people working in Tim Hortons in our community, and they serve us coffee, they need a place to live. There are some people who are nurses in our hospitals that need to rent. They need a place to live. And I'm not speaking in favor of one side or another, but let's have our debates about the merit of density, height, parking, design, heritage features, all of that. Absolutely, great points tonight, but let's not make it about who we want in our community. We need a place for everyone here.
Thank you.
So I just want to close by saying, great discussion, great points. I heard some amazing, people are bringing different lenses, architecture lenses, heritage lenses, economic development lenses. All of that's coming to the debate and the discussion. Hopefully, we're open to each other. One thing I do know is I know enough people in this room that everybody's going to walk out and there's going to be people having a chat and joking about something else in life with somebody who's on the different side of that issue, and that's the way it should be. Main Street will survive and Main Street will be great. Why? Because of us, because we care so much and because we love our downtown. No matter what happens here, let's keep working to make it outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was listening to John, and I couldn't agree with John more. I'm very proud to represent with the rest of the members of council of this municipality, and especially specifically the residents of Ward 5. I knew when I became involved, no longer as a volunteer, but as an elected official, I was already aware of the passion, love, and drive that the neighborhood around downtown has for our Main Street, and that's probably one of the driving reasons why I'm where I am today. I am so proud of this community, regardless of whether you were in favor of this development or not in favor of the development, whether you wanted to see rentals or condos, or whether the height was too high, not sufficient enough, or just about right. Main Street has achieved the successes that it has achieved over the last decade, exactly because of this type of dialogue, exactly because of this type of process. Many of you have stopped me over the last, I'd say 5 years now, since Mr. Forrest, I believe, purchased that property or so, or since the discussions started about repurposing those properties. And I've always asked me, what is your opinion, Joe? And I'm glad that I've given you the answer that I'm going to give you today. And as I'll have to wait until I hear from everyone in my community and how they feel about this property, how they feel about this project, before we can make a decision. So I think that we've had a great opportunity tonight to hear your opinion. I wish we had this type of engagement for every development that is being proposed in Ward 5. I wish we'd seen this many people for 260 Eagle as well. So I thank you again. I think, as John said, I've learned a lot of new things. You've all confirmed some very serious questions that I'm posing myself and I'm posing to staff. But I'm very glad to have residents, to represent residents that are so engaged in the process, so helpful in bringing forth alternatives, opinions, and solutions. And I'm also very, very fortunate, along with the other members of council, of having staff that has an incredible amount of experience, that is recognized nationwide, won many, many awards. And so we will have the benefit not just of your information, your input, and your opinion, but also the benefit of our staff that will guide us through this process that really is just at the beginning stages. I'm sure Mayor Van Bynen will have an opportunity to go through what the other several opportunities for public engagements will be. And so I am very, very confident and feel very positive that through constructive dialogue, as we've seen tonight, the clock tower redevelopment is going to be something that we will all be proud of at the end of the day. So thank you very much again for coming tonight.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Nethery, our Director of Planning, to talk about what the next steps might be and what the opportunities are for input. Mr. Nethery?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. As you heard, there is some peer review work taking place, so things like the review of the architectural work, the heritage work, traffic and parking is all still underway. We need to receive that final peer review work before we can begin to finally assess the application. Right now, where it looks like probably the earliest we would expect to be able to report is the end of June. I think that's very optimistic to assume that they would be that date, but just to sort of give you an idea where it would be. If, for example, there was a recommendation coming forward at the end of June, then council would have the opportunity to consider it, either approve it, deny it. If it were approved, that would need to take place formally at a council meeting subsequent to that date. and both the applicant as well as the public would also have appeal opportunities based on council's decision.
Great. Thank you. I also want to express my appreciation, the care and the compassion that the community has in the downtown area. I think was quite evident and very well displayed here this evening. And for the most part, the dialogue was respectful and courteous, and I appreciate that. That speaks to me of the fabric and the character that we have in our community, and I don't think there's anybody that's prouder of our community than this council is. So I appreciate you taking the time to be heard and to have people give some consideration to how you feel about the project. So thank you very much for coming out. I will entertain a motion to receive all the deputations, and also I believe there were 11 elements of correspondence, moved by Councillor Sponga, seconded by Councillor Bizans. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And now a motion to adjourn. Councillor Sponga and Councillor Broom-Plumley. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.